The next contract we're gonna buy is another call, but we're waiting this for this to drop down just a little bit more.
Still number one runner.
There we go. Just in case. That's perfect. Because sometimes you don't get the drop, you know? Sometimes it just keeps going up and up and up and up. And yeah, it kind of ruins a lot of the momentum.
This is already trade number 4 for me.
Excellent. That's really good. That's really, really, really good. That's insane because it's only 10 o'clock. Trade number 4 already.
Bro, I was up until like 3 a.m. just watching your videos.
Oh, that's what's up, bro. Hell yeah. We didn't get to speak yesterday, so whenever you get a chance today, you just let me know.
Yeah, for sure.
And then we'll go from there. Then I'll send you everything else you got to send. That you will need for like progression and stuff like that. Yeah, I was actually I was trying to go sleep a little bit earlier last night, but I was talking to one of my friends from Japan, and honestly, I'm thinking I might go to Japan instead of Hawaii.
That's been a dream of mine for a long time.
Yeah, if you guys ever want to go, like, just let me know. I've been there a couple times already. I don't fully know the language, of course, but I definitely know of like the best spots that you could probably go for like the first time. Nah, yeah, that thing is insanely fun. You just gotta make sure you got some good shoes. My ass went with some sevens, some Jordans, and that was one of the worst things I ever done. Because every single time I go there with the Jordans, I be getting like splinters and stuff. Because you need to walk like 20 miles per day, pretty much. But nah, yeah, like I really want to go to like the ocean side in Japan. I still haven't done that yet.
I did sushi for 10 years, so I've always kind of wanted to go there, just like see the difference in American sushi and the other stuff.
Yo, let me tell you, it's crazy. I used to get a stack of 10 eggs when I went there last year for 80 cents.
It's wild.
So I would get it like once or twice a day, and I'll just have the eggs. Because the only thing I know how to cook. I got really lucky that I found somebody over there in Japan, because when I had went back that last time, I think everybody knows about this story. I told everybody about this, but I had went with some friends from New York, and my phone had broken. Like, it just fell out the window. Don't ask why I fell out the window. It was a stupid reason, but it fell out the window. And one of my phones broke, the one that's connected to all my bank accounts and everything. And I basically was screwed, because I literally could not pull money from my account. Because you know how they give you like a code sent to your phone number? My phone number was basically stuck in the other phone because I had the 15. And with the 15, there's no SIM card. You had to connect it a different way through the whatever brand you have, like T-Mobile or Verizon. And yeah, it was, let me tell you, it was terrible. So if it wasn't for that one person that I met in Japan, I probably would have been homeless in Japan for like 2 weeks. Stranded, yeah. And in the beginning, I was taking it as a good thing, because I was just like, all right, boom, we'll just do an options challenge. I'll create a YouTube video. I'll be like homeless in Japan. But yeah, I gave up on myself. I literally gave up on myself last year. And that thing made me so mad, because I'm like, yo, I could have done something, and I could have just bounced back from that. I could have had something done, because I had something in my trading account. But it's just like, nah, yeah. It's all good, though. It teaches you some good lessons. Okay, so we're not going to get into the puts just yet. It is a good level for the puts. You're at 645, 80 cents off of the target. Let's go take a look at them. Okay, so we told everybody you're gonna run to 646 and then you're gonna fall down to 644. So we're gonna get some 644 contracts here in a second. How much were they in the morning when you? So they went from 70 to 130, and then right now they're at 60. I think these could drop to maybe like 40, 42. Wait, give me 1 second, everybody. I need to get some water.
I think it's a head and shoulders on Moon Market.
For what ticker?
For Futu.
Futu? Alright, perfect. Wait, give me 1 second. Getting a call. Alrighty, everybody. So remember, we sold out of our play. We sold out for 54. We bought it for 27. Currently, the prices are at 70. So you're 50 cents off of our target. I still want to see this hit 646, and then we're going to get into a 644 put. Contracts for the puts are dropping down a pretty good amount here. Let's see if they could drop down just a tiny bit more. And this is your monthly boxes, ladies and gentlemen. These are the boxes that I currently have on the screen. These are not the weekly. This is what we also use when the market fell down a major way. I always tend to use the bigger boxes first, just so I can see where everything is at. However, you get situations like this where, you know, you're not really hitting a specific point on the bigger box, like the 633 point, which is where we were going to buy the 5-day contract. You never hit our buy, so we never bought it. So right now, the situation is basically you're just at almost King's Point. King's Point is going to be these circles here, and the next King's Point level, everybody, is going to be right up here at 647, 646.70. So we're going to let this run up to here, which is also going to line up with, I think, what weekly box is that? Yeah, that's literally the top of last time, the 646.98 level. And then right now you held on the diagonal midpoint, right? So like these purple lines here, you hit the mid, you're about to run towards the quarter, 646. What price is this? 646.57. So we'll start buying a put right here. I think that's what we should do. We could start buying it before you hit 646, but how much it costs right now? $44. What was the lowest price this morning? 70. You're $40 now. All right, all right. And then you do have more parallel diagonal boxes, whichever you want to call them. This is diagonal DARP, right? You are resisting off of it here, 645, 645.80s. And then for the reversal points, where are you right now, actually? Reversal point number 2. Okay, so you hit 1, you ran up to number 2. I could see you fall down to number 1.5 here. That would be a drop of only like 60 cents. And then after you drop down to there, because if this falls, you can see this fall down to number 1, which is 644.50. But I want to see it pull up a little bit higher. I want to see the puts lose a little bit more value. So yeah, that looks like a really good level to start buying the puts. We could potentially start buying it at 646.07. Just get like a cheap 0 day. I'm posting the next option that I'm going to get inside of the chat on Discord. Again, don't buy into this yet. We did not buy the puts yet. We're still giving this market an opportunity here. Yeah, you're also at the purple. You hit the midpoint perfectly. You hit the bottom, then you fell straight down to the midpoint. You hit the middle of it, so now you can fall to the bottom of it. When you hit the top of it and then break out of it, that's where we want to look for the main puts. Like once you go above the purple, that's how you're going to start playing the puts going below it. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, purple means 5-day to 10-day puts. So you can get a 5 to 10-day put here, but just be very careful. Remember, I think this is going to head to 450 real soon here. Just wait for it to drop below 634. Or you could say 640, which is $5 from where we're currently at. And then you could start playing the bigger monthly downside. For now, just focus on 0 days. It's just safer. You don't have to put too much money on the board right now. Yo, you know when you start yawning, you start like twitching out? Like when you stretch. Yo, that was crazy. I'm just smacked into the desk. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I did not say it already, so I should now say it now. Good morning, AC. Good morning, Danny. Good morning, Frost. Hoover, good morning. How we doing over there, Prime? Good morning. Good morning, John. Louie, what's going on? Meech.
Yo.
How we doing? Hello, Randy. Everybody, welcome, Randy. Sherman, good morning. Cody, how we doing? Wad, Vikash, good morning, gentlemen. Now we officially started the day correctly. All right, let me go get some water real quick. You're scalping events and you're going 4 for 4? That's awesome, John. Because events are really, really hard to get into. You know, it's crazy. I was thinking that we could do that as a challenge. Have like 50 cents inside of our Weibo app. Trade event contracts and try to take that 50 cents like how we did last time. We took a 40-cent account into $5 with one trade. We bought a bunch of contracts for 5 cents. Because that's what event contracts are, ladies and gentlemen. They allow you to get stuff for 5 cents, 3 cents, 4 cents. I ended up buying it for 5 cents, and then that thing ran to 50 cents because the move occurred like right after. So that's awesome. That's definitely awesome. If you want, you could start adding that to your notes, how you're playing these contracts, because you're having a really good win rate. Oh yeah. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. I had to wash my face right there as well. Alrighty. Okay. So the first idea so far is working out perfectly. You in fact did hit 645. We would still like to see you hit 646. Whether it's at reversal number 3 or not somebody, somewhere in between number 3 and 4. Doesn't really matter. If you just fall here and you just consolidate, we'll just let the market lose some value, drop right back down within the next 30 minutes to an hour, and it'll start to play the next upside. It's just in terms of how long it took you to fall down this morning, it took you about basically 40 minutes. So if this is going to curve, you may take around 30 to 20 minutes, a little bit less, or you might take double. So it's either going to be a little less in terms of how fast it falls, 20 minutes instead of 40, or potentially it might be an hour instead of 20, right? So 20, 40, or an hour. That's how long it might take the market to fall here. So when we get into these puts here at 646, you're going to have to potentially put a close stop loss just in case, because it might just kill the contract's value over time. And then the contract values that we're really looking for, because remember, this was the first move of the day, which was upside. The second move of the day was in fact downside. Fell down towards the 200-day moving average, but you almost touched it. You can kind of say this is a touch because look how close it is, right? It's literally about 8 cents off, and you guys know the rule. Anything that's within 10 cents to 20 cents technically counts as a touch. The only thing that I won't apply that logic to is gaps. Gaps, I would like to see everything get filled perfectly. For all my other trading styles, 10 to 20 cents. And if you want to be real with yourself, 5 cents. 5 cents with me is fine. So like 8 cents, you can consider that a touch. That was the reason why we bought those contracts. Because I figured that by the time it actually hit the 200, everybody here would be potentially able to get into the calls. But I think everybody on the Discord at least bought the calls. It's just everybody on the YouTube, of course. They might be in a dangerous situation if they bought those calls a little bit later. If you're still waiting to buy calls, remember, just let the market fall. We'll definitely get another opportunity. In terms of the puts, it needs to hit our target. So we're not just buying for no reason, you know, or had to average down with anything. Let's also check how cheap these contracts are. Alrighty. Let's look at Intel here. So Snap, you're falling right back down to a new low. You're still higher than Tuesday, in case anybody's still looking to get into Snapchat here. You can also wait for it to hit $6. DJT, we averaged down on this one. Looks like you're going to get another pop here soon. Just look at the way it ran up the first time, fell down, ran up this time, fell down. You did not go lower, so you're hitting King's Point as we speak here, like right around here. The next level we would want to see DJT fall down to is going to be somewhere right here at 16 or at 15. So these are the only next levels that we're going to buy calls at on DJT if you guys want to take a picture. 16, and then again, everybody, at around 15, 14. In terms of selling DJT, we're looking for 20 to 21. Where this arrow is pretty much at. And then if you go below You can say that point right there. We can continue to play puts going down. You would play puts like this, let it fall, let it run up, double point of confirmation potentially to the downside, where you can sell that around 15 flat, if not a little bit before. All right, let's go take a look at Intel. And then I had to look at what you guys sent me a couple days ago in terms of trades, in terms of ideas. And then let's fix up all these charts because we got a lot of stuff we had to fix up here. It's not too bad though. It'll be quick. I had a dream the other night. I forgot when this was, but I had a dream the other night that Intel was going to run to 27. And then we were going to play puts at 27. And we were going to go up 1,000%. After it hits 27, it's going to fall like a rock back down to 24. So that's my next game plan right now. Yeah, so this time, yesterday you held at the same level we bought the calls at a couple days ago. So if you make a higher high than yesterday, which you're about to do right now on Intel, it could show you that breakout pattern where it starts breaking out and pumping to a crazy new high, right? We're just waiting for the news to really slow down and cool down, because then that's when the momentum is just going to die. And then we could just, you know, get some really cheap contracts. Let me check NVIDIA real quick. So you said, are we at calls or puts now? So right now we sold the calls and we're just waiting. Just so we don't have to deal with our contracts losing too much value. Mumu is still hanging at 184. Let me turn everything off for a second. It did fall down to here. We're at here. Let me get the diagonal boxes. A new set here. $649. You could pump up there. It definitely wants to go up there in terms of an equal reaction with how you fell out the box. Let's go back to NVIDIA here. What the hell happened to all the charts? Why did everything switch? It's like a different screen. Yeah, you've been stuck in this one range for NVIDIA for a very long time. Ever since the 22nd of July. This is going to be amazing. If this thing snaps for whatever reason, I'm thinking you'll still get another high up here. So there's still going to be another peak somewhere around here is what I'm thinking. Probably when SPY breaks out. And then after that point, that's when we could start playing the puts going right back down to 158 and 140s. We're trying to go up like 2,000 to 5,000% on these. So yeah, we're trying to delicately buy into the play at first. SPY's running up, Intel's running up, Mesa Air Group is running up. This thing is only $1, so I think I want to start making some charts for this. I want to see how much those contracts just ran up. This is like a grade A breakout. Yeah, look at that. You just held on top of the line. Kept condensing, kept getting smaller. Yeah, look at that. Now you're breaking out. You're hitting King's Point. So now you're going to focus on these highs right here. Next high to focus on is going to be right here. And then right up here. So basically you can go like this. These are all the different levels you're waiting for Mesa. So it could run all the way up to 194, almost $2. This is I mean, obviously it's Air Group, so this is a plane company. I just don't remember what oh yeah. So they do American Eagle. It's not a plane company. It's a shipping company, I believe, like a carrier. Actually, no, they have transportation services as well. But their fleet includes American Eagle, United Express, DHL, and DHL Express Flights. The company was founded in 1982, and its headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. So this is an American company, and I think it has a lot of potential here. Just look at this. Last 5 days, last 1 month, 26% up. Last 6 months, 32%. Year to date, up 10%. 5 years is down 62%. It was once at $15. So you're getting this curving action here. But then, again, you got that action here where it would curve and then fall even lower. So this doesn't really tell us nothing here, truthfully, in terms of the bigger picture. We don't really have our answers just yet. However, yeah, no wonder I can't see the Mesa Air Group, because I had the charts done on another screen. Let me press Control Copy and delete this. This is not supposed to be here. This chart is supposed to be Tesla. Yeah, I have no idea how all my charts are switched up. That's all good though. We'll fix it later. And then let's go back to SPY to see what SPY is doing here. See if we could buy these puts. Let me take a look at these. So these options, they went from $27 each, and right now they're at $73. That's around a 200% gain from the absolute bottom. Because I believe they did hit $25 while we bought it at $27. Okay, let's look at the puts. 644 is now $43. That's perfect. A couple of seconds ago, it should have been 30. Yeah, 39. What? I got you. Is anybody else server muted? Whenever you get server muted, by the way, it's not because I don't like you or something like that. It's because when you connect your phone to your Bluetooth, just in case you guys never heard me talk about this before, whenever you connect your phone to your Bluetooth, it unmutes your mic on Discord for some reason. Not too sure why it does that, but yeah. What's good, Wad? Good morning. What's good, Elijah? Welcome, welcome. We got Mansa. Good morning. You said, Silo, do you believe in fair value gaps? Well, there is a way to make them work, of course, but I just don't like them. Because once you fill a fair value gap, you can't use that same data later on. So it makes it harder for a person to be more consistent. Of course, there's a way to trade fair value gaps themselves. But again, to be consistent across all boards, you kind of need something not to disappear. So like, for example, like let's just say my supply and demand zones would disappear. By the way, supply and demand zones are pretty much, they always work with fair value gaps. Not too sure why. Supply and demand zones also work with volume. In terms of, like, look at the right side. Look at where all the volume is in the market, right? Like, you see all the peaks? Look at the top. It's at the purple. Below it, it's at the quarter point. Right here is at the midpoint, where you fell at this morning. More volume is right here at the golden. Then you have more volume right here in the middle, which is yesterday's low. You don't have too much volume at the quarter point. You have a lot of volume at this quarter point. And then towards this yellow box, a bunch of volume just splat out there, which makes sense. You have a big range just stuck with these purple and yellow boxes. Usually you would space them out a little bit more. But yeah, the fair value gaps, they just work with this. But if this was basically something that was always, you know, like, you see how we're filling one right now? Imagine you filled this and you can never use this box again. It kind of just makes it a little bit more difficult. So yeah, they work. I just don't like them. personally. But to each their own, of course, right? To each their own. Let me see here. Let's use the CS zones. Exactly, Elijah. Exactly, yep. There's like specific moments where you could go about using it. Yep. So right now you're at the top of the CS zone. You literally did an equal reaction to the top of it. If we play puts here, it's not a terrible idea. I just definitely think we can get some cheaper prices. However, if you fall down from here, these puts cost $40. If you fall down to 644, so far these are only going to go up to about 60, if not 50 something dollars. So what we want this to do is we want this to be worth at least like $20, because then we could sell it for around 50 to 60 again for another 200% gain. And then around 12 o'clock, depending on how slow the price action is, because yesterday I had crazy consolidation in the morning right there when you were moving really slow, and then you snap below the box number 1.5. You ran up above to 644, and then you just got stuck down here again. So once you move down to the bottom, we all got some extra calls for $15. And those extra calls we got down here for $15 dropped to $7. So we were down 50%. And then they ran up to $200 each from $7. So today's goal is going to be playing calls on top of the 200, bouncing up to a higher high, just like we're doing now. So we're following yesterday's plan perfectly. We're still not changing up our ideas yet. And we want to see this fall very soon here. 644. We want to hold above the 200, just at a much higher rate, much higher level. And then we want to run up for the rest of the day. And then around 3 to 2:30, we're going to see if we could play some puts from the top falling down. Because if you had 2 days in a row where the end of the day ran up, there's a good opportunity that today's just going to be the opposite of that. Yeah, when Intel reaches 27, we're definitely going to get some puts for that. For, like I said, 25, 24, it just depends. It just all depends. Jordan, you said you love Japan? What's good, Comma Trader? What's good, Nels? Go Fish. How we doing? What's good, Chris? Good morning, everybody. Let me actually put this here. What should I do? Let's see, is this muted? This is not muted. Let's mute that. Let's put some music on. Wait, you guys probably hear my voice is double. Oh, no, you don't. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. I'm also going to have to eat this right here. So let me go ahead and I swear the doctors, they ended up whenever you have problems, this is a word of the wise, because if it can happen just like that easy, you might as well go to a specific doctor whenever you have a certain issue. Do not go to an urgent care and ask them. That's like a last case scenario. Especially when it's like dental work, always go to the actual dental people. Don't try to, cut some corners. They literally gave me like the wrong antibiotic, and that thing had my body like tripping out. Alrighty. Hit the top of the CS zone, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all know what we're looking for. How much did the puts go up right there? So the puts, they went down to $38, and then you went to $45. So yeah, it's just killing value here. We might have to wait 30 minutes, honestly. We just might have to wait 30 minutes here. Hitting the top of this, I could definitely see you falling down to 642.74. Let me check the weekly boxes again. That's the wedge. You could hold the bottom again, just like you did over here. But then again, you might get that elevator going right back up, just like Friday last week. If Thursday could be like Thursday last week or 2 weeks ago, this will be phenomenal. You see this right here? Thursday's like really, really slow. Lana, you said you can't confirm. Don't cut corners with your teeth. No, yeah, I'm telling ya, do not cut corners. Yeah, because I'm only 24 years old. Turning 25. I guess now I should say I'm 25 now, right? We're not there yet, though. And I already have I have 5 teeth in total that have been destroyed because I wasn't basically keeping up with them. Now we're good, though. I think I'm actually gonna have to go back in like 4 days here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back on Monday, actually. So Monday, everybody, I might not be here for half the day because I just got to deal with that. Got to make sure everything is good there. And I shouldn't have any more problems. I do have to fix... I think I have to call the healthcare people again. I got to fix my insurance. Let me see. So you're at the bottom of the box, just like we thought. You hit the midpoint. Let's see if this is still going to run up here. Give us even cheaper contracts where we could buy the 644s for like 20 something. You might have to run to 26 though. For the calls, when we bought those calls, right, for 646, how far were you away from 646 at the time? You were $3 away. Yeah, so we had to wait for 646 because at least if we could do that, those contracts would drop down to 30 and 20, and then boom. We could play a 644 put, sell that thing at like 50 to 70, just like how we did with the calls. And then we'll try to start buying some $10, $5 options towards the end of the day. And we should be good after that. You're waiting for SPY to hit 646. Roger that. Roger, roger. Yeah, it's very close. You're like 11 cents off. So just make sure you put your stop losses, everybody, just in case you're waiting for something. Just be very careful here. And then we're going to start looking for the end of the day move around down here. 640.89. Oh, no. Sorry. Not 640.89 like over here to the right. But you see how you hit the low at 649.89 towards 2:30? 2 o'clock, 2:30? You are shedding so much, it's not even funny. Give me 1 second, let me feed her. Alright, you got water? Yeah, SPY looks like you could still fall down bigger on the weekly. Look at this, everybody. Looks like you might make a bigger drop down here. That's actually kind of funny. This is the only chart that makes it look like that, I think. I could double check. And remember, everybody, what is that the psychology displayed here if I have a line that's going from the top left to bottom right, and it is a line that's going down, because these lines are not straight. They look straight, but they're not straight. They're all descending. Like, for example, this one, how much degrees is this? 0.79 right now. So using these lines at 0.79, we can easily spot the new uptrends. And the idea is, if you use lines that show you something is falling, those are the best lines for you to see if something is actually breaking out, not for the downside. Vice versa, if you're trying to test downside, the way you go about doing it is you want to buy or you want to have lines that are upwards whenever you're trying to look for a downtrend. So that's the reason why this chart is so specific. The calls from this morning are now at $90. 644s are now at $30, exactly where I want them to be. So again, everybody, I'm going to buy a 644 call now, or not a call, but a put. And we're going to average into this. Right there, I bought it for 34. So again, we're going to average into this play. We're going to go very light, just one contract. You finally hit 646, everybody. So let's see if it's just going to hit 646.30 or something like that. In terms of the reversal points, let's check where you're at, and then I'll show you the weekly. The reversal points, you're perfectly at number 3 now. So now I would like to see this market fall down to 644.73. If you just continue to head up higher, you're going to go to 647 potentially. You said FOMC meeting at 12? No. So we have the FOMC is going to be in 13 days. So 13 days and 2 hours is when the FOMC is going to happen. It's going to be September 17th. It's going to be quite the week for me, huh? It's so funny. I was perfectly like right there, just 2 days away. So yeah, we're going to trade like crazy on FOMC. We're not going to really be holding too many contracts, just cheap contracts, but just playing back and forth like crazy. Especially because it's on a Wednesday. This might be a really good FOMC here. CPI, on the other hand, this month, it's going to be PPI first and CPI after. You can fact check me, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, I would love for you to actually go to the economic websites. So this is how you find CPI. As you can all see at the top of my screen. This is 2023. I have them all saved at the top. So look at where CPI, look at where's the PPI, and then the next thing you're going to do is you're going to start to compare them. Like, for example, right here, right, on the 12th, you have CPI, and then on the 18th, right, you have PPI. Whenever you get a situation where PPI is before CPI, it tends to literally change the whole fundamental nature of everything that's happening that month. So because PPI is before CPI this time, let me show you guys. As you can see, it's a day before. Wednesday is going to be PPI, Thursday is going to be CPI. Because it's laid out like this for this month, what I'm thinking is, yes, you are going to most likely get a giant move. So what I want September to do, because this is still the first week of September, is I would like to see September be a positive month for the first week and a half, and then after you run up and you make a new high, or you go near the high, 649, 651, after you do that, then we're going to start playing, let me think. So once you run to that high, because CPI, yeah, then we're going to probably start playing like a 3-week output for September. Because now that I look at this chart here, this other chart, I think this is the only chart I have that's telling me that, yeah, look at that. Every other chart tells me that you could still continue. This is the only chart that really gives me... Never mind, I had to update it. Isn't that so funny, everybody? I don't know if you saw that. I just realized that. No wonder my other charts don't tell me that. It's because this chart wasn't updated. So when you were up here a couple seconds ago, I was just like, nah, yeah, you shouldn't be here. It looks like you're gonna fall down to here, and you literally did it. So that's actually really funny. So now you're in a situation where you could literally just keep running and running and running and running straight up to the top. So just be very careful with the put side, one at a time. Once we get this next drop, and we get some price action falling inside the EMAs next to the purple or a little bit below the purple, we're then going to go long again, and we're going to try to see if we can scoop up a really cheap contract. That's the goal right now. Again, everybody, you're still stuck at reversal point number 3. Let me show you. And you're at the top of the purple, slightly above it. So this is perfect timing, just like we were talking about earlier. Where is the reversal points? There. So right now you're at number 3 here. You went slightly above it. Once you get to number 4, we're going to average down. You got this 2 days ago, Hoover. Let me see. A 660. Yeah, it's a really good option. 2 days ago was on the 3rd. Yeah, so that's a pretty good option. The distance away is perfect because you don't really want to focus on... Actually, that is a little... It just depends on when you bought it. If you bought it right here at 2:30 yesterday, you could potentially start stopping out now because you're already up 50%. Those options expire in 12 days. So you still have plenty of time to sell it. Just depends on what type of gain you're looking for. But yeah, if you want, you could potentially sell out. Or if not, just keep it as insurance. Just hold it just in case. And then, John, you got 650 calls that you bought on the 29th. So let's go check the chart. Let's see when the 29th was. So yeah, the 29th is over here. Right now we're currently about... There's a couple dollars above that, right? There's about $3 above that. So for you to sell this out for profit, John, you would need this to run to 648, 649, and you will have some good profit. You'll be up around 40%, 30% at that point. In terms of the weekly boxes, because you guys know that the weekly boxes are, you know, very important. They're always a fundamental aspect of how we trade here. When you fell down a couple days ago, you hit the 1/8 point. You ran up to the next 1/8 point. You fell down to the 1/4 point. And now you ran up to the 1/16th. You're about to hit the reset point, which is 647. So this is going to be a very important level, ladies and gentlemen. The second you get above 647, it's going to be a real easy dynamic, let me tell you. We're just going to wait for some nice consolidation. And then we're going to play to the 650s. So we'll get around $3 of upside. We just got to be careful because think about it. Today's already 11:30. You might not get that big of a move. The major move might be currently occurring as we speak. So we might not get something too insane, but you do have the opportunity to get something insane here. In terms of like upside, you could just blast up into a new high, 651. Seen that happen many, many, many times before. All right, so we got the downside planned. We got the opposite effect planned in terms of how we're going to, you know, play some insurance, how we're going to make sure we watch our back, fact check our entries. We also talked about how the simple fact that you ran up here, when you fell down in the morning, you were consolidating for around 30 minutes before you actually fell. So whenever you hit a top, as you go up higher, that 30-minute clock basically resets every time. So you want to look at it like that. So now we have another 30 minutes here. We'll be patiently wait. So we bought into this. What time we bought into this? We bought into this 11:18. So only around, yeah, a couple minutes ago. Like 8 minutes ago. So we'll check back on display at 11:50 here. And if we just continue to run up, that's no problem. We'll average down at number 4. That's perfect. Okay, so far so good. Then you're going to get a drop potentially from here right back down to 644, like 80. And then from there we'll sell it. We'll go long again. And then we'll get a 647 run up potentially, like 647.11, where I could then see you falling towards the end of the day. And then for tomorrow, just depending on how explosive today is, if today just runs straight up into the new high, tomorrow what we'll do is we'll potentially play puts at the open. So let's just say you run up to 650. We're going to play puts at the open, everybody. So if you do something like this here, we'll play for like a $2 drop, $3 drop, and then we're going to look for this to run up to 652, little downside, and 656. 656, 657, and then once you hit that, that's when we're going to start dropping right back down to potentially like 651, if not 648, 647. You could drop like right back down to here. And then of course, same reaction kind of like today. Once you drop out the sky, just like how we dropped a couple days ago, and you hit a nice low, we're then going to focus on the calls 0 day, snapping right back up towards the end of the day. Now you're running up in the middle of the day. So you could get a situation where depending on how explosive today is, you could get a situation where Monday you start running up in the morning instead. So it's just like a straight run up. Kind of like this over here. The middle of the day was the low. Yesterday, the end of the day was the low. Today, the end of the day is the beginning portion of today. So it's kind of playing out in that fashion already, if you really look at it. Which means we could get a situation where tomorrow's Friday, right? Yeah, tomorrow's Friday. Thursday, you're a little explosive, which is today. Depending on how explosive you'll be, you'll kill the value for Friday. So we won't be able to buy the calls tomorrow. But I think we're going to get some nice calls tomorrow. I think you have a good opportunity to snap into the sky here. Because last Friday you fell at the sky. So this time I want to see you run into the sky. Kind of the opposite reaction. But again, it all depends on today. If today you just stop here and you fall right back down, then yeah, I could see tomorrow be very explosive. You could probably run up like $3, $4, $5 in the beginning of the day. So far, we only ran up around 3 here. 330. In terms of the reversal points, let's go take a look at them again. Again, you're slightly above number 3, in between 3 and 4. You're at the top of the purple now. 644.98. Yeah, so if we can get a nice little shift to the bottom now, real quick. Something like this here. I could then see, of course, you running up higher. And then you falling on top of the purple to hold at the end of the day. If not somewhere by the purple. And then tomorrow I could see you definitely heading up higher to that next level. So yeah, it kind of works out perfectly on all charts. The one chart I haven't looked at in a couple days is this one here. This is very important. I got to update it actually, now that I'm looking at it. What this chart basically means is if you're above one of these blue boxes, you're going to run up to the next blue box. So right now you're in the middle of the trends. You hit the blue box up here. You fell down below to here. You're now up at the midpoint perfectly, 645.92. So now all we want is simply you to be explosive and run right back to 648. You could definitely run to here. That's like a nice middle area. And again, why are we talking about calls and running up when we got into the puts? Is it to make everybody worry? Is it to make everybody freak out? And the answer is, this is the only way where you could truly make sure your emotions don't get the best of you. You always need to look for the opposite side once you get into a contract, because we already had a plan for it. It was a meticulous plan. It was a pretty good plan. One of the reasons was using last week's Thursday. The next reason is just due to the fact that you held at a low near the last midpoint, 633, and now you're exploding towards the top. So since you did not hit the last low, when you ran up here, you see how you're not hitting the last high? That's kind of what I'm referring to here. So you could get a situation where it's kind of like an equal reaction back down to the blue point. And then once you hit the blue area, the blue line, which is 641, 639, we could get a shift going back up way higher. You still might want to hit 639 here. unfortunately. So we do have to watch out for that. What else can we do here? Is there any other charts that I want to show you guys? These still need to, they're still a work in progress. They're undergoing some maintenance here. When did you fall out the sky over here? What day was this? This was Tuesday. And then what happened that before that Tuesday, before you ran up? You ran up on the previous Tuesday. So you ran up on Tuesday, fell down on the next Tuesday. So now you ran up on Tuesday. That's the low again. So we could keep going up here and consolidating by the top. Just like how you did over here, over here. You might do it again. And then I could see like Tuesday, mid-Tuesday being a high like this. Again, if this is only if the market's going to move really slow now. I could see 652 being a high, or 653, 654 maybe, like somewhere around here. And then I could see you falling right back down to here. 643 before you hold and go up higher. Remember, this is what we drew in terms of the lines here. As you all can see, we thought you were going to hold at 642 the second you got above it last time, which would have meant that you were going to go straight to 664. And then if I show you this chart, it gives you another depiction as to that same trend. It's kind of like a version 2 of it, a little different. This version right here, it says you're going to hold, and this one's even more perfect. It says you're going to hold at 636, which is also why I told everybody to buy calls. Sorry, say that again? My bad.
Did I really just do that?
Say that again, Wad?
Oh, no, I just fucked up. I didn't know my mic was on. My bad.
No, it's all good. You got this, Wad. Come on now. Slice and dice it. Nice and easy, everybody. Nice and easy. You're perfectly hitting the line we drew this morning before you actually ran to the location. So again, everybody, before you ran up here, we drew this line as to what the market would do. And we're just going to take a look at it. We're just going to keep a close eye on it. We'll see how close it is to what actually happens, just so we can correct ourselves and make ourselves just a little bit more knowledgeable for the next time we get a trend like this. For example, the same type of trend like this is Friday. It's just you did the whole entire uptrend in one day, which normally does not happen. Normally it takes like a day or two. You see how like it's basically running up now? That's normally how long, if not a little bit longer than this, an uptrend can take. Like over here as well, you fall down really fast and then you take your time running up. That's the reason why we sell out our calls so early sometimes, because we're just trying to take piece by piece by piece by piece. And then when you have a really good low like Tuesday, that's when you can start holding for, you know, like the whole entire day, instead of just going in and out, in and out. On the 15-minute, you never hit the 200 here. You only hit it yesterday. But last time you ran up, you did the same thing. Once you got above it, you started catapulting up into the sky. And then is that a mosquito bite? What in the world is that? Looks like I got bit by a spider. That damn mosquito. I swear I was wrapped up last night. I don't know how the hell it bit me in my arm. I'm telling ya, this thing is like a war zone over here. Okay, so I think we can stop looking. Oh, I forgot about this chart. Wait a second. That means I also forgot about, what's the other chart? Where is it? Let me think. It should be over here. That's also really nice. You're holding that parallel channel right there. That's really, really nice. Okay, so we posted that there. Everybody's caught up. Everybody knows what we're doing. We were looking for a certain chart, which was, I think, this one right here. There you go. Yeah, look at how crazy that was. This thing is following this so perfectly. We were saying that once you go below this area, we could start playing puts. You see how you just barely snapped below it and really started running up higher? That's the reason why I tell people, whenever you want to buy calls, it always has to be below the wedge. Basically just like that. And then of course the puts would be a little bit below it. And then right now you ran up to that point. Last time you hit the bottom. I mean, you just take a look for yourself, everybody. Look at how much times it hits the bottom of this. Runs up to the top, bottom. So that's 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Hits the midpoint. You can count that as 4. Then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then right now we're going through 11 for us to potentially run up to 658 or somewhere towards 664. It definitely could happen. We just got to wait till we break out this 649 range. Once you get above 649, yeah, the next level you're going to worry about is 660. 650s are not going to be that much of a worry. We're just going to play 0 days mostly throughout that price action. With 1 5-day at 654, that's what we're planning on doing as of right now. So again, everybody, I'm telling you this days ahead of time. When you hit 654, 656, you are going to be buying a 5-day put. Just like we did 2-3 weeks ago when you guys actually first found me on Moomoo. That was the exact setup that we had then. I can actually show you real quick. Oh, what did I just delete? Let's go to here. So the last time we played those puts was basically right here. Where was it? Right here. We told everybody to buy puts. And then down here, we had everybody buy calls. We had them start buying calls right here because it was the midpoint near the bottom. And then once you hit the bottom the next day, we averaged down with everybody. So we spent $150 for the calls here. This day right here, the calls were $30 each. The next day we then bought another one. And then for Friday, we pretty much sold all the calls when you started running into the sky right about 6:43. That's when we sold out of them. And then from here we waited. I don't believe we played the top side. I think we just let this consolidate here. We might have had some puts up here. And then you had the Monday trend and all that other stuff. And then new high, snap out the sky, fill the trend, fill the gap. And there's one more gap you got to fill here, which is 647 to 649. So you could fill that gap today because you filled some gaps this morning as today opened up, right? You fell down, filled that one. You ran up, you filled another one from a couple days ago. So you could just continue to soar into the sky and fill the rest of the gaps in today. But again, everybody, nice and easy, nice and slow. That's why we're only getting one contract at a time, just in case the market wants to switch up and do the bigger trend. Our contracts are currently down just $4 ever since we bought it at 34. I keep deleting stuff by an accident. Let's go ahead and look at the reversal points here. Let's see how you're respecting them. So again, you were above number 3, next to 3.5. You fell below. Now you're at 3 again. We bought the contracts at 11.18. When was the last time you made this high? You made this high right here at 11.25. So 11.25 plus 30 minutes, that's 11.55. What time is it? It's 11.41. So yeah, let's see if this perfectly actually occurs. That'd be real funny. Tesla, we're going to wait for that. Intel, we're waiting for this. SMCI, we're waiting for this as well. Most of our companies that we were playing back and forth, we're kind of just waiting for them right now. We could start trading more companies, but I kind of want to just be careful with you know, the companies that we do play. I generally kind of want it to be something that's a little bit cheaper, just kind of like Intel, because listen, if you have a trend and there's a company at like $11, $10, and you go to $11, $12, 13, even just 50 cents, those contracts be going up like 2, 3, 400%. It's wild. Trends are holding here still. In terms of when we want to sell this contract, we're going to sell it for around $50 to $80, just like the first contract went up. That's how much value we're trying to pull from this. It might be too much to ask for something going up like to like 70 or 80. So once we hit 50, we'll just put a stop loss just in case. That's crazy. I think you commented when to sell the puts as soon as I said that. That was pretty perfect right there. What in the world? Again, Tesla, you ran to the top. We were going to buy some puts yesterday, but we decided not to buy those puts just due to the fact that you're still stuck in that middle trend. There's no point to waste any extra capital here. We're just going to allow this to do something extreme, which in my books is going to be to fall straight down. Because yeah, look at that crazy wedge you have on Tesla. It's definitely going to do something crazy over here. You could continue to, of course, just start running and running and running higher. But if it's this weak towards the top and it does not want to get above 350, like let's just say we stay here, 340s, 330s. Yeah, it looks like you're just going to crack down lower here. My first guess would be you're going to fall down to 280. If not right here, 260. That's the first thing I want Tesla to do. And when it does that, we're then going to get a contract for you. We're going to buy some calls down here. We're going to go pretty heavy on these. Especially if it touches 260. We're definitely going to go a little bit heavier. It's actually almost perfectly next to this circle here. It's actually at this circle perfectly. 265. So that's pretty good. And then $265, ladies and gentlemen. We're then gonna play calls. We play calls there, there, and there. So yeah, that's the craziest run up. If we could play calls down there, we could then play the run up to 449. So yeah. Once we hit 266, I will allow you guys to get the $400 contracts for Tesla. We're going to get them about probably 6 to 12 months out. But what I really want Tesla to do here is I want it to have like a $60 drop. Because if it does have a $60 drop to like 280, just a $30 run up will be equivalent to you being able to make 1,000% as long as you get the right strike price. Just $30 of upside on Tesla is equivalent to 1,000%. For example, when we got it over here, playing, I think we played the downside right here. Look at this day right here. We were playing puts. Yeah, at the 230s. And the contract we had was worth $10 in the morning. And you fell straight down to 209. Our contract went from $10 each to $1,600. It was one of the craziest days on Tesla. I love when Fridays are like that. That's kind of why I'm waiting for tomorrow. I'd much rather play this tomorrow. We'll get an easy trend. We'll be in and out. Sell for like 50 to like 150, 300%, somewhere around there. And that's it for Tesla. For Nvidia, we're still waiting. Nvidia does not look too healthy right now. I'm wondering if it's just going to be waiting for the SPY to make that that cross of 647. It could be what that's waiting for. The futures, on the other hand, as it stands right now, this looks very weird. This looks just like over here. Like this right here in February before it led you to a giant drop out the sky. That could be a good indication of it. I could see that happening. Let me think. Let's say something like that occurs. If you drop below that yellow line on Palantir, let's take a look at Palantir right now. All right, so boom. I could definitely see you falling like, because think about it, they're probably just gonna want to kill value up here. They're probably just gonna keep doing this before FOMC comes out, because FOMC is in 2 weeks. That might be the deciding factor of this trend here for SPY. So I'm wondering if you'll just fall down like this by the 8th, because right now it's the 4th. The 5th is here. So tomorrow there's going to be a big move potentially on the SPY because the 7th is on a Sunday. So again, the big move on the SPY is going to happen again, everybody, on the 5th or the 8th. That's what I'm thinking. And then the next time the move is going to happen is on the 12th. Because FOMC is on the 17th, right? Let's double check. FOMC is on the 17th, yes. So 2 weeks before FOMC, what occurs in the market is the momentum for FOMC is already slipping in right now. So big money is already basically starting to position themselves. That's why the market gets all weird and chaotic like 2 weeks, 3 weeks before, or a month. Sometimes it even starts a month before. But usually no, it's usually 2 weeks, honestly. 2 weeks to like a week. So if this could fall out the sky here, we could have a crazy run up into FOMC, where then if they start to decrease the rates, you're gonna fall out the sky like $30, $40. So yeah, if they cut rates, everybody, I'm just letting you know this trend is going right back down to 613. If they do not cut rates, and they keep holding it back, and they keep pushing it back, we're going straight to 660 and then 680s. Now the first question you might ask is, why is that the case? Why, if they start to pivot, is the economy going to crash? And the easiest way for me to explain this without getting into numbers or statistics is this right here, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever the Fed has pivoted throughout history, this is exactly what happens to the market every single time. You always fall. In fact, there was only maybe 1 or 2 instances that you did not fall, which were before the 1970s. But in all honesty, I don't really like counting anything before 1960. Especially before 1940. Like 1940, 1930. I don't really like using that data because the way that the political system was, the way that a lot of these laws, the way that the stock market was moving, the way the algorithms were programmed, everything is a lot different from then. So with the 70s and 80s, you had the the advent creation of course the internet, and with that .com stuff, that's like the biggest chunk of data that you want to focus on, like the 70s to 2000s, and then from the 2008s forward, because 2008 was it's kind of like its own chaotic mess. But yeah, just pay attention to this. When they pivot, when they cut rates, point blank, full puts, everybody. Not full port. Don't full port yet. The full port level is going to be at 740. So there's no reason why a single person here should ever full port on the SPY at all, unless you're at 740. I might allow you to do it at the 680s, depending on everybody's account size. But for now, yeah, we're just going to wait for 740s. Fed Williams speaks at 12:05. Here we go. And then you said FedWatch shows a 98% chance of a rate cut in September. Yeah. They're going to try to beat this thing down. It could be the extra explanation as to why you're also pumping in September. Because remember, September 2nd, you crashed pre-market. And ever since the first day of the month for September, you've been just straight bullish. Which is going against that idea that September is always the worst month in the stock market, like in terms of all the other months. It's kind of going against that, just like last year. The only thing that's different from last year and this year is that if you look at the weekly and monthly trends, you are very overbought. Last year, you fell down and you hit the midpoint of whatever trend caused you to drop $60 in the summer. So in July last year, you fell 60. Going into August, it took like 2 weeks. And then within the next 2-3 weeks, you were right back up at the high, which was the end of October. Not October, August. So it was the end of August, and you ran up to the high. And then September, you fell down for the first 10 days, and then you started running up into a new high the rest of September. And the one thing, actually, you know what I could check? What was September's FOMC last year? So let's go to economic here. Let's go here. Let's go to custom date and time from 2024, and then we'll look at till October 2024. Oh my god, you gotta pay for this? We'll find it. Let me see. Actually, you know what I could do? Where's ChatGPT? Come here. Let's go figure out. Okay, so 2024, the day was September 17th. Perfect. Okay, so September 17th is when you actually had the Fed meeting last year. So let's go look at September again. This is what I'm referring to, by the way. You fell down the first 10 days, down to here. And then on the 11th, you started running viciously right back up. And then on the 17th is when you had FOMC. It pretty much, yeah, you waited. Yeah, you pretty much ran to a new high with FOMC. And then after that, you collapsed here. You ran up higher here. Let me actually circle this. Wait a second. That's the same thing as this year? It was the same time last year? Really? Yeah, it starts, whenever they pivot, it starts to mess with the economy. You start to get basically a bunch of limit breakers just breaking. Which, of course, is going to cause people to get margin called potentially very quickly. So let's see what the market's, I think the market's going to do this here. I think you're potentially going to follow a trend from the summertime. When did you fall here? I think you might hit that midpoint right there. And then after you do that, I can see the market doing what you did on January 13th of this year, where you do something like this. That's basically how last year progressed towards January going into February before Trump crashed the market with the tariffs. Like that's right there, him crashing the market. You do have there's one more uptrend actually. So it would be like this instead. Actually, yeah, it would be like that because you had a mini one. So let's make this smaller. And then put this right here. All right. I think they might just try to flip you. But of course, at the same time, we're still not going to change our original idea from a couple days ago. And the original idea from a couple days ago was simply that this market was going to run into a new high. And then potentially you can then drop again, hold there, and then start blasting off into the 660s where I think your market's going to actually just tank out the sky here. Various ways you can go about doing it. Just like how you started falling in the 640s. You fell here, you fell a little bit higher, then a little bit higher. So it could do something similar. If not, you might go up the highest, fall down, don't run up to the exact high. The next time, don't run up to the exact high either. Fall down again. And then you run up to a new high and then you fall. You could do something like that where it's like the opposite. Right now, you kind of hit the high in the middle. But again, we're expecting it to actually run up higher because of this lower low. So take that line right there. And look how funny this is. It perfectly works with the price action. Same thing with this line. If I take this line, put it up here. Again, it's going to perfectly work with the price action. Take this line, put it at the bottom. That's how much the market could fall here. So you can actually go this low. That's going to be a drop to like 626. And the reason why I'm saying 626 now, everybody, is because in terms of the weekly boxes, which is the older weekly box, like this one right here, you hit near the midpoint. On the futures, so SPY, you actually hit the midpoint. On the futures, it looks like, wait a second. Let me actually double fact check myself. What is this, 15th? Yeah, never mind. I would have to fix this. This is one box, so wait a second. Let's go fix this. Let's create the new box for futures. Actually, no, do I already have it? I do already have it. No, I don't. I don't have it. Wait a second, I do have it. It's right here. Yeah. So that's that box we have. And then this would be, yes, so this is the main important box. So yes, you did in fact hit the midpoint on the futures. That's kind of crazy because you hit the midpoint a couple days ago as well. And remember, SPY did not hit the midpoint. So in my books, yeah, this is real proper in terms of a downside crash. I could definitely see you falling right back down to here, way beneath 633. This could be like a peak that you're having before, you know, you get just rug pulled. Again, we still have our idea from last year. Don't forget that. Not last year, from earlier today. You sold your puts. Why did you buy into it then? What was your idea for the puts? Let me go back on this chart to the right side. Again, we still haven't averaged down on nothing yet. We're just giving the market some time. You perfectly just hit 3.5 right there. So these went up to 116. Let's take a picture of this. I'm looking at the first calls that we got into this morning. We bought it for 27, sold it for 54. The peak was 117. We're just going to take some pictures of this so I can remember for tomorrow and going into FOMC. I want to see how the valuations start to change. Oh yeah, sorry, Wad. Let's go look at Palantir. I apologize for that. Let me know if you guys have any other names you want me to look at, by the way. Palantir. Let's go to this chart. PLTR. Palantir. Yeah, you're literally just hugging the zone here. You've been stuck here the whole entire time. You didn't even hit the midpoint. You did hit the quarter point though. It hit a high of 646, so I thought you can get some puts there. Yep, that was the same idea, right? Same idea we had this morning. Before you ran up to 646, when you were still at 643, we told everybody we're going to play calls to 646. Sell right before, if not right at that level. And then right before you hit number 4, we're going to start buying into the puts. So everything that we're doing right now is still following the first idea from 10 o'clock, basically. We haven't switched it up yet. So you thought that you can get puts at that level, so you did buy puts at that level. Now, what price did you sell it out for? Yeah, this is going to be real interesting. You barely did a move today. Yesterday was very similar as well. You had barely done a move. And then these lines are supposed to capture your bottom. So these lines here, they're supposed to show you where you want to buy. You just don't want to mix it up with those lines right there. Just look at the blue line. Look at the blue, orange, yellow, orange, and then pink. Blue is buying. Orange is the quarter point. Yellow is the midpoint. The other orange is the next quarter point. And then the top point is the selling point. That's pink. Which perfectly lines up with 656. So let's just say today gets crazy. Or let's just say tomorrow you just run up to a crazy high. It's so funny, but you're still perfectly aligning with the idea in which we told everybody we're going to buy some 5-day puts. We're buying the 5-day puts right here. That's what we're waiting for. And then while we're playing these puts every single day, just like tomorrow, if you run up higher, we'll just play some calls here for like a little jump like this. Somewhere in the middle, if not somewhere towards the top. I'll probably sell in the middle though, just to be safe. That's always the safest thing to do. Again, some days, ladies and gentlemen, the market's going to do extreme trends. Some days the market's going to switch it up and you're going to start doing something very small. So in order for you to be consistently profitable, in order for you to all actually hit $1 million, the only way that's going to be, feasible is if you correctly gauge the fact that you're being conservative all the time in terms of your entries. You don't need a crazy, 1000% play. The reason why I do that is because I want to show you guys how you don't need that much capital to make a lot of money if you position yourself correctly. As well as to build the small accounts, right? All right, give me 1 second, everybody. I'm getting a call. So I was looking at this while I was just on the phone right there, and I was just like, I never knew that they have their own little options thing on TradingView. So I'm wondering if I want to see how they predict the ability for you to go profitable. Like for right here, can I buy this on TradingView? Can you options trade on TradingView? Yes, you can trade options on TradingView by connecting your account with a supported broker such as TradeStation, Interactive Brokers. Once linked, you can view the options chains, analyze contracts, and execute trades directly from the platform's charts and order tickets. All right, let's do this. Let's create a Interactive Broker account because I was going to do that last time. So we're going to create an Interactive Broker. I don't think I have TradeStation either. So I might make an account for both of them, and then we're going to link it to our TradingView so we can do more challenges. So we'll have, like, every account will have its own challenge, like Webull, Moomoo, TradingView. That's how we could separate it faster and easier and more simply, honestly. Take a look at Pfizer. Honestly, I don't like those companies. If you have positions, I'll take a look for you. But if you don't have a position, no, yeah, I just don't like none of those companies. Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, I hate every single one of those. What they did to people and how they made them suffer and how they made them be forced to take those vaccines because of their jobs, I will never accept that as right. All those companies should pretty much, God bless those families who are working for those companies who are doing the right thing. But all those companies should just get destroyed. They shouldn't be here no more. We should have different sets of healthcare companies now. That's why I'm just focusing on genetic editing, because everybody else is just garbage. Obviously, we know we need vaccines, not COVID vaccines, right? But just vaccines in general, like when you're a baby. It's obviously wise to get some stuff done. But a lot of these vaccines, I don't know. Like, how the hell do you get a flu shot and it sparks up your ability to get Alzheimer's? One of my friends had that before. They still have it right now. So that's why they can't get the flu shot. It's just, I don't know what they're doing with that. I feel like they're all doing it on purpose. If I'm taking a flu shot or a vaccine or something like that, it would have to be from Japan. That's probably the only country I would trust. Japan, what else? Honestly, Japan, yeah, that's pretty much it. No, yeah, I hope you understand it. It's not just, me trying to be emotional about the idea. It's more so me trying to, ethics. Ethics are everything. Once you start ruining your ethics, for instance, that's the reason why I don't trade Boeing. You got Boeing and their groups of assassins. They be taking everybody out. It talks garbage about the company. And then they'll kill another 200 people and their stock starts going up. Absolutely terrible. Now, I'm telling you, I can't get over that. My own personal doctor was crying to me because she had to take the vaccine or else they were going to fire her. That's just terrible. Sooner or later, there better be a class action lawsuit on all these companies. Sooner or later. Especially all the people who took the vaccines, I would expect them to start violating. You know how many people passed away during that time? That's also another thing. But yeah, the good will always prevail. That's exactly what's going to happen here. You just got to wait. Be patient. Let karma do its thing. We already had the upside planned here. We have a lot of ideas here. I love how you basically almost perfectly did the pink line. So what we're going to try to do now is try to see if we can make another pink line for another downtrend, since you already, fell down to the area we wanted you to fall to. We already have a line going down to down here. You already hit this one here. You could still hit that pink line there, but I would say you're going to fall down to here, potentially run up higher. And then now this is like a new trend that you could do here. It's more of a bullish trend, not that bearish, kind of like how you see how this trend is way more bearish. And then to have an even more bullish trend, you would have it like this, kind of like the one we have drawn here. Yeah, we could just copy and paste this one. Let me see. Take this. We could just put this honestly right here. So there's multiple different ways the market can, you know, turn out. One of these three major directions is going to be the main one. You can also have a really bearish trend, where it's more bearish than that one over there to the right, where it's kind of like this. You fall like somewhere in between of where you just fell. You hold on that King's Point level. You psych everybody out. You get below this. And then you could start dramatically running back in before you fall out the sky again like that, much bigger. Because you have to think about this in terms of like a mountain, right? A mountain doesn't just, you know, I mean, it does, it does honestly run up pretty funny, but these peaks is what I'm referring to. In terms of trying to test the right side of the peaks, the first peak would honestly be right around here, 640. The next peak, like for instance, you fall down to here, which is 633, you run up to 640. And then after you hit 640, you fall down lower to 630. And then potentially you can have another switch up to the 650s, 660s. That's also the reason why when we're playing the puts right now for 0 days, we're only playing puts till right here. It's just killing the value, so it's perfect. Because if we could just buy another one for like $10, we'll get like one or two of them for 644. Because it's still in range. It's still within... you know, within profit, pretty much. Just make it simple. Nah. We still got to grow these other small accounts. We have another $4 account. This is going to be my favorite account here. I think. I think. It has the Webull platform, right? So it's on the Webull platform, so we're just going to use that one. We also have another account on Webull. We got a... Okay, so we lost the $4 yesterday. Completely forgot about that. Let's actually... Security is a top priority. We've seen an increase in phishing accounts and takeover attempts. Select this message to learn how to... Why is Webull sending this message? By the way, everybody, make sure you never click a link on your email. I don't know if you know what phishing is, but phishing basically means the second you click that link and the second you put your information, the person who created that phishing link, which, by the way, I don't know if you know this, but a lot of people do this for high-paying jobs, like high-tech companies. A lot of people will find these people's names, they'll find their email, and they'll try to basically phish them. They'll send them a couple emails. Like for crypto, yo, they did that. So I've seen so many people lose their money in crypto because they got those phishing links. Like one of my boys, he lost, I think it was... He got money from unemployment. And I think because he didn't claim money the whole year, they gave him like, I think 10,000 one shot. I don't know how the hell he did that, but he also could be lying, I guess. We're not boys anymore. But I don't know what he did exactly, but I think he got phished. And yo, he lost all the money within like a month. And I specifically told him, I was just like, invest into Tesla. Use your money for options trading. Stop trying to go for something that's quick money, because we all can see it. That's the only reason why people trade crypto. Is because they're trying to turn that into millions of dollars and they're trying to get rich quick. It happens to some people, right? If you plan for it, you can actually, articulate a path forward to trade crypto, just like how we have. Like, for example, I have everybody waiting to buy crypto coins, like meme coins, in December of this year, which should perfectly actually work out with the space mission NASA has sent for SpaceX. I'm thinking we could just buy a bunch of coins that refer to the space, refer to moon, even if they don't have anything to do with anything, even if they have no feasibility, as long as they can have some type of decent structure in terms of who created it, as long as they have a good track record, and they're not trying to just, pump and dump this thing, we could, buy like couple thousand coins, 5, 10, 20 names, just like how I did with Safe Moon in 2021. I did it with Safe Moon. I did it with VanCat. I did it with EnergyX. One time I had $5 inside of a company, and it turned to $400. That was probably the biggest crypto win I ever had, which is kind of funny because that's greater than my SPY win now that I think about it. That's actually really funny. How much percentage is that? $5 to 400? That's like 8,000%? Is it? Let me see. Yeah, literally 8,000%. Because it's times 80. That's crazy. So yeah, that was my highest. Is that my highest all-time gain? I think it is. I believe so, yeah. I don't think I've ever had a contract. Besides Tesla. Tesla is its own animal. Those contracts will go from $5, $10 right back to 1,000. So that's probably the only company I might have had my record on. I got to double check everything. But the highest percent I've ever got, yeah. Definitely going to be 8,000% from what I remember. Did I ever do a chart for RGT? I'm not too sure what that is. I don't remember it, but let me check. RGT. Royal Global Trust. What in the world? Why would you run to $17? Huh? That looks crazy. Quantum Computing Company? Okay. RGT, let me make sure I search it up. RGTI, different company. Okay. RGTI. When did it start running up? Was it because of Microsoft? You have a low down here at $6. This thing went to $17, $18. Oh, that is a mistake on my part. That thing slipped right beneath my nose, and I didn't even notice it. If we would have played other quantum computers around the same time when Microsoft released their quantum information, we could have probably had a bunch of sympathy plays. So let's use Microsoft as a lever for getting into these quantum computing stocks. Because remember, Microsoft right now is the leading group to be able to create a computer, which is of course a quantum computer, that does not need insane amounts of preparation to keep it alive. Like, for example, if you shake a quantum computer at its current state, you literally start to basically destroy the cellular structure of, I forgot what it is exactly. It's a certain aspect of it, but it's basically you start to destroy it all with more movement. And what Microsoft did was they created a topological type of state of matter, which is wild to point blank say that you created a new state of matter. That's like an anime or something. Or like something you would see in like a sci-fi movie. But no, they did it. They created a new state of matter, and those topological I don't know if it's components, I don't know if it's cells, I forgot what do you call them exactly, but it's topological state of matter. That's the idea of it. And what we could do is, yeah, just keep a close eye on Microsoft. We got to keep a very close eye on them. That's the reason why they kind of blew up just like this here. That's also the reason why I have a whole special chart just made for this. Because the last time I told everybody to buy Microsoft was right here. I had everybody start buying it at 360. Let me see. No, that's still a little bit lower. So I had everybody buy it around, yeah, like right here. That's where we bought it. And then look at that. 370 straight to 550. So what I'm waiting for is you to potentially fall down to like 450. And then we'll start playing this gap fill. And in the meantime, if you just stay at this higher level, if you fall down to 489, Microsoft could hold. So maybe we might get like a 1 week play, like one strike out, see if we can snag some profit here. Because these blue boxes are very important. As you could tell, this is the 1/8 point. All right, so let's go back to end phase. And then let's look at some other companies you guys are looking at. It's always the highest percent on the smallest starting capital. Nah, yeah, yep. But the idea is not just to look at it surface level, you know, not to just look at it as, oh, you know, something is cheap, so it goes up, you know, an expensive amount. It's more so the way I look at it is trying to make it repetitive. Before I was just looking at a surface level, honestly. But now it's about repetitiveness. How can I get a $5 option, and how can I consistently turn it to 50 or 100 or 1,000, you know? How can I actually possibly do that? And once you break down the possibilities and you articulate where your money goes in terms of how you invest, it becomes an actual very funny dynamic where you'll see how to make it happen, how to make it occur. Let's actually fix this stuff for NVIDIA here. I'm using one of our other trading styles, which is using this triangular tool. And all you're trying to do is get a range. So like, for instance, NVIDIA right now, right? We could play a call for NVIDIA for it to run up to here, here, or here. Because you went lower, so that's perfect. 169. Let's check these contracts real quick. Plus, it's a Thursday, so we might have a good opportunity to buy these. Let's go check the SPY option first, just to see how much money we have here. Let's see if we're losing some capital and we can average down. This thing is just not going nowhere. This option that we bought earlier has been stuck at $20 to $30 this whole time. So yeah, we're still waiting for the big move, everybody. We're still being patient. Looks like we might be getting a bigger move now, but we'll see if it holds. In the meantime, just, oh man. Oh, I had to sneeze so bad. Ah. Oh my God. I feel like I just got punched in the nose. Alright, so Palantir, we talked about it. For Palantir, all we're waiting for is you to hit 147. And then we're going to potentially get some calls for you to run back to 155. Is Culinary in the chat now? Culinary is not in the chat. We'll wait for Culinary to join up, and then we'll ask to see what he's doing. Culinary is our Palantir guy. Target's still low. Let's look at these target options to see if maybe they lost some more value. So Black Friday is going to be in November, which means we're going to get word of people buying a bunch of stuff in October, which means you might start getting movement at the end of September. So September contracts for $100 just cost 64 for Target. 29 days out. Open interest is terrible. 36 days out. Open interest is terrible. How about 43? 43 days out. This is like the best open interest since, let me see, 15 days out. Is there good open interest? There's decent, but they're already getting shredded. All these people are losing their value already. So you might see a switch up here. Again, I'm only looking at the call side right now. We're going to look at the puts right after this. I'm just trying to track down where all the big money's at. 50 days out. There's absolutely nobody buying that. 78 days out for November. You got a couple people buying this. They're probably thinking the same thing. They're probably going to sell it in November, September. And then we got to look at some other stocks that are going to go up because of the holiday season. So tonight and tomorrow, once we're done with trading, the first thing we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to start to break down how we're going to go about trading until December and January of this year. Because it's about time. We have more than enough information to predict it. In fact, in November, I told everybody I have a goal. My goal is to be able to predict the market 6 months and 12 months ahead of time. So that's why that's why I have so many charts, by the way, is because I created most of these charts here. For example, this one right here, we created it in the summer of last year. And the intention was just that, let me show you. The intention of this chart was to play to the midpoint, which is perfectly at 480. No, sorry, it was 550. So now you're at 480. The new midpoint, because you ran above 613, is going to be right here. You see this big ass line? There's like a red arrow right there. That's at 675. So that's going to be your new midpoint, which is probably where we're going to magnet to. I could definitely see us like falling down here though one more time and then launching up again. Kind of like how I have my drawings here. Because you're almost done with the whole entire trend. Ever since you started following my lines here, as you could tell, we literally perfectly almost predicted this market with the lines that we created this year. But this is not, again, not more so what I'm referring to. What I'm referring to is actually this chart over here. Let me show you guys something. It's actually really cool. You're going to like this. Let's go find it first. It should be this chart. Nope, this chart. Yes, it's going to be right here. Let's go to the 1 hour. Let's look around our screen here. See where I put it. Let's see. I think I turned it off probably. Where did it go? Ah, there it is. I was about to say. I don't think I turned it off. Which means I have to go on the 4 hour and then we'll see. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so this is something that I started writing in November. This was the November version of it. And then I wrote one in January 11th. And then I wrote it again. I fixed it up in April. I did fix this up when you hit the floor. But honestly, I was really lazy. I didn't finish it. I'll be honest. But as you can see, this is how we were supposed to play April. We had all the uptrends. Look at this. And remember, you were at 480 at the time. So once you hit 480, we were now looking. Let me see. Did we talk about it? So once you hit 480, play calls to 515, 536, and 545. You guys want to see something real funny? Again, I sent this note in April 11th, right? If we look at this one over here, once you hit 513, 534, play calls to 542 and 555 before you fall down to 480. So yeah, this was the one we used to predict the market. It wasn't that one. This is the new one. It was supposed to predict now or from April up until like June and July and August. When we did this one in January, it's kind of wild, but again, this is before the market fell out the sky. This is in January. We were talking about 480. So we predicted the market falling down to a level February, March, April, 3 months ahead of time. Over here, we were only able to do it about a month ahead of time. And just with us brainstorming and trying to generally make these ideas more sophisticated and more meticulous, just off of more ideas, more concepts, more data, just a more well-rounded idea is what we're trying to do here in January. And I was fired up, let me tell ya. In January, we did the most classes I've ever done. I did over 100 classes just in January. That's 100 different videos. Like, I remember I was staying up for like 5-6 days. Not in a row, but just doing this right here. And yeah, so now we got to fix this one. And the intention is to make this one work for the next 6 months. Let me see. Did I fix anything here? 601 and 611. Okay. I know. What else did I talk about? I think I almost finished this. I just never posted it to you guys. Because I have the calls and the puts. Which is the wild part, right? I have calls and puts. So like 2A, 2B, 2C. 3A, 3B, 3C. 4A, 4B, 4C. Like everything is just meticulous. Like basically the way you go about playing with this here is I have puts that go from 2A to 3A. And then 2C will show you how to play the calls going back up for some of that upside. So you're not going to be playing all the way back up, but just for like a little retracement. So they show you how to play the downside, how to play the upside, and how to play the retracements that are the little tiny ones in between. You see short-term plays right here? It's kind of highlighted right there. Yeah, we put so much time into this note here. Was that a spider? I was about to say. I thought a spider just landed on me. Spider's getting some nice downside here. We're going to leave target alone for now. We're going to do some more work later tonight, and we'll figure it out for the holiday season. For now, we're just going to leave it alone. The SPY call is at $28. Not the call, the put. Remember, it's for 644. Once you hit 644.90, 644.80, I'm putting my stop loss. And then we're going to start looking for a cheap call. Going right back up, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, the SPY can't get away from us. It's over. Okay, so that is good. Yeah, I think I should just erase the Instagram account for the trading stuff and just restart it. I want to be more consistent. I gotta start establishing a way for me to simply do the marketing as well in terms of just building the community. It's just a lot of stuff all over the place. So maybe I might need a website or something to organize ideas. Basically, what I'm saying right now, ladies and gentlemen, is I might have to start taking breaks here throughout the day, which is going to leave you with some empty moments, kind of like yesterday. And I'm just going to have to generally start fixing up all this stuff here, because I don't have enough time to fix it up at night because I'm helping people. And we had to update the charts for the next day. So in order for us to open up a window of opportunity for us to change this, we would have to start doing it during the day, yeah. Unless we also start taking care of one-on-ones during the day as well. So I remember, Wad, I think you wanted to talk to me in the morning. If you're still here, Wad, or Cody, if any one of you want to talk to me, or Louis, or Danny, because you guys just joined up, or Randy, you guys just joined up as well. I'm gonna send you, Wad, you already have my phone number. Louis, you have my phone number. Danny, you have my phone number. Cody, let me send you my phone number. Again, this is my personal phone number. And then Randy, I'm going to send you my phone number right after that. You said which means call it every day? Exactly, Elijah. That's what I'm talking about. By the way, Elijah, I hope you understand how much I appreciate that starting point that you had in terms of learning how to trade. It was quick. It was meticulous. It was planned. It was, a sight to behold, I should say. It was really nice to see that. Not a lot of people can, have that type of grit, especially, anybody at our age. And you did your thing, bro. You were calling me every single day, I remember. Or at least whenever you could. I don't think it was every day, but like that first 2 weeks, yeah, we did a lot of work. And then look, now you have other trading styles, you have other ways of trading, and you trade futures, and you got yourself funded by yourself. That's wild. Let me see something. By the way, everybody, make sure you start your cheap accounts. Now you have an opportunity to go into the $1 million section. We didn't go over how I wanted you to post your accounts whenever you start your challenges. So we're going to go over that today. There we go, Cody. You opened an account 1 week ago and you're racing to 1 million. You're already up $2,000 in just a week. That's excellent. You're already almost catching up with my other traders. Yeah, that's funny as hell. That's amazing. I know you were playing a little bit more aggressive at that point, and usually I restrict them a little bit. I make them play a little bit less aggressive. But nah, yeah, that is amazing right there. Make sure you take out some money. I think you actually did take out some money. And by the way, whenever you guys withdraw your money, there's going to be a category at the top under PC setups for withdrawals, which is like this right here. Right here. So it's just that category right there. And by the way, if anybody needs a PC... Wait, did I ever show you guys my PC setup? Let me show you. I never showed you guys this. I used to like showing people because I put so much time and work into this. But this is what it looks like basically. So I sold the TV. I got rid of this. I gave it to my grandma. And then I ended up punching this one. So now I just have the big one, this one, and then I have a drawing tablet that's almost the same size as this here. It's like, I think like a 26-inch drawing tablet. It's like the Wacom tablet thing. And I just use that for like a third monitor. I usually have the Patreons on top of that, just in case if anybody tries to message me. Or I was trying to connect Moomoo. I want to see if I could connect the Moomoo community to my computer, because I could post stuff onto Moomoo. I could just copy and paste it within like 3 seconds. So actually, let me see if I could connect the Moomoo to my desktop and I could post stuff on it. Let me see if they allow that. But yeah, that's the setup. The iPad is refurbished, so everything was pretty cheap. Like the iPad, I paid, I think it's like $1,800 brand new, and I paid only, I think it was like $600, $700, because it was refurbished. Same thing with the mic here. This is refurbished. Same thing with the headset. Actually, no, this was the new headset I got at the time. My bunny destroyed it. So I have a black one now that's refurbished. The mouse is from Best Buy. Only costs like $40. So all this stuff is pretty cheap, honestly, besides the computer and the monitors here. But I think monitors dropped a lot in their price. So you might be able to scoop up some of these monitors for just like $100, $200. Because remember, everybody, you need to invest into yourself. Make sure that all the capital you have, make sure you pay your bills. Save some money on the side for taxes. You don't have to save a whole lot. Like if you make $1,000 right now, at least right now, just put $200 to the side for taxes, and just keep letting that stack up in its own separate way, and never touch that money for nothing unless there's an emergency. Just save it for your taxes. And then, yeah, most of these monitors, I think they're like half the price. I don't know why the wall looks pink with that lighting. I think it's because the lights I had, the LEDs. I just noticed that. But then over here, you can actually see the real color. It's like beige. Oh, yeah, that's funny. All right. But yeah, in case you guys need a setup, I also have everything over here. So I show you how much the monitors costed me. I show you, like, if you're trying to buy a $1,000 setup, I have everything here for you. $2,000 setup, then you have my setup. And then the monitors, the hertz that you're trying to look for. I don't get a monitor that's only 1080p, because if you get one that's 1080p, you're only going to be able to have barely any charts on your screen. If it's at least 27 inches and it's 2K resolution, you could literally have four browsers on in one screen, and you could see everything like pretty perfectly. And then for the keyboards and stuff like that, we have everything. As well as how to get stuff for cheap. Like open box, clearance stuff, you guys should always start looking for that stuff. Just don't get nothing that's important for clearance. So like for instance, a motherboard, don't do what I did, because I got a motherboard on the clearance section and it still works till now, but my computer be tripping out. Like the sound settings, a couple other things are just a little wonky with it. So yeah, I advise you to probably get something brand new with that. And then everything else could be, besides storage, do not get refurbished storage either, because it's just gonna ruin stuff. And then by the way, you know how everybody pays like $100 for Microsoft like Windows, whenever you set up your computer. I have a link here. Let me see where it's at. Where's the link? I have a link here. It's called I think it's CDC key. CDC key discount code. Wait, don't. Make sure you don't go on these websites, by the way. I don't want you guys to get a virus. So CDC. What was it called? Microsoft. Yeah, I don't think it's these websites. Let me see this one. I don't even know. Let me see. I don't know where this went. It's somewhere around here. I'll find it for you guys. But basically, instead of paying $100 or $110 for Microsoft, I can show you how to only pay $15. And it's real. You know how you know it's real? Because on the bottom of my screen right here, it doesn't say... Right here, it would normally say when you look at your desktop like this, it would normally say like, I don't know, like something like it's like a temporary version of Windows or something like that. So yeah, it still works till now. I don't know if it's going to keep working when they shut down Windows 10. Because honestly, I have Windows 10 right now, and I do not like Windows 11. But I'm probably going to have to update it soon. That's why this computer was such a great idea, but I was so stupid because I didn't realize that when I built this computer, it was the best computer in that generation, but it was the last pieces part of that generation. So it's like in order for me to build another computer, or in order for me to add pieces to this computer, I literally had to rip it all apart. I had to put like 4 new pieces instead of just 1 now. But for you guys, if you guys build a computer right now with Windows 11, I kid you not, your computer is going to last to at least like 2035, 2034. Maybe a little bit shorter, just depending on how, you know, things progress in terms of technology. But yeah, it's always something you need to, you said what size is the TV? It was a 50-inch. Let me tell ya. Let me go back to the picture real quick. Let me tell ya when I... Let me see, where did I have it? When I had this TV, just look at how many charts I have. So I would have SPY on the 5-minute, SPY on the 15, and then I'll have SPY on like the 3-minute or the 5-minute. So it'd be like 1 minute, 3-minute, 5-minute, or 5-minute, 15, and like 1 or 3. And then I would have the options board below it. I would be able to see both the calls and puts at the same time, just to see how quickly they're both going up. And then right below that, I would have Tesla. So whatever chart I press here, it changes the options that are here. So if Tesla's right here and I would press it, this would load up with Tesla's calls and puts. And then on the side here, I had the bonds. I had the VIX, UVXY. I had, what else did I have? I think that's pretty much it. And then when you scroll down, I have a whole new set of stocks. So if I scroll down here, you would see like I think even below, like lower than this, I have like probably like 50, 60 charts that I would just consistently watch at the same time. And then as you can see, usually I would have a monitor like this. So I would have unusual whales to track all the open interest. I would see where everybody's at. Look at the dark pool stuff because it was free at the time. Now they make you, they make you pay for it. And then I would have me Kevin on. If he was trading, I would have Stock Market Live. And then I'll have Live Trader TV. And then I'll have my Twitter open at all times on Unusual Whales, just in case they release like crazy news. Unusual Whales is usually one of the first groups of people who release news. And they're pretty fast, honestly. And then on this monitor, I would have just my Charles Schwab, which was my main account at the time. And then I would have Webull right here. As you can see, I would have a whole nother Webull account to the side here. And all 3 of these monitors were on that PC. And then this big screen was on that PC right there at the bottom. So yeah, that was like my first PC I ever built. It was like only like $500-$600, I think. But yeah, in case you guys need that stuff, is always going to be there for you. All right, what else we got to do here? What else we got to do? Spy's taking his sweet old time. I don't like how you're slowing down around 12 around here. Sometimes when this happens, you get a bigger drop than we wanted you to get or wanted you to have. We're still looking for this here. So we bought that contract right around here, like right around there. You're basically slightly beneath the area we bought it from. And we're just looking for you to fall down to there. Let's fix this line. Let's make it more straight with that one. All right, perfect. So this is one of the more simpler charts. And then I basically use this chart and I combine it with this chart. Not this one. This one. So this one's a little more chaotic and a little bit more stuff on the same screen. But it's kind of that way on purpose, you know? But yeah, the screen was 50 inches. I don't think that you should get anything over like 50 was, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, 50 inches at 4K was kind of pointless because it was so tiny. I could put a lot of stuff on the screen, yeah, but it was just so tiny. I much prefer 2K. So if I had a 50-inch monitor but at 2K, which I think I could have put the monitor back to that resolution like the TV. But if I could have something like that again, I might try to see if I can get something like that. I'm just waiting till I move so I can buy a whole, like not a whole new setup, but practically a whole new setup, yeah. Fed Williams says he expects tariff impact to play out into the middle of next year. Fed needs to keep economy on track and allow tariffs to pass through. There's no way that they're gonna imagine if they leave us with another. If they just said that and you have a year and a half or at least 6 months, this market's going up to $700. So if that's the case, I'm just letting everybody know you're going up to 700 guaranteed. So from here until then, the first priority is going to be you stacking up as much money as possible before we hit 740. That should be everybody's goal here in terms of like the greater moves. So just keep stacking up as much capital as possible here, everybody. Keep opening up small accounts. Build them up to 1,000, 3,000. Go start another small account. Make sure all your accounts are at least at 500 or 1,000. And then start growing the $1,000 accounts to 5K, 10K. And by the time we hit 740, everybody here must have at least 20 to 50,000 so that we could throw into the downside. Because then we could easily just sell that out for potentially around 150, 200,000. And of course, if we take a loss on 50K, the way I'm going to have you buy into it is not going to be one shot. So you're going to be getting it over the course of like a week or two. However, we're going to need to make sure we actually, recover that money before the drop happens. So that $50,000, when we use it, I'm just letting you guys know, it's going to be probably one of the most anxious periods of your trading career with me, is when that happens. But yeah, just get ready. It's going to be fun. The market's still following our idea from last week. Pretty much over here. There you go, the 21st. What we said, if you run up here and you fall down towards that same low. I apologize. My bad. I should have muted myself. So when you fall towards that same low, we told everybody that if you get beneath it, you're going to potentially fall to the bottom of this line here and hold. And that's still what's occurring right now. And you hit it again. So there's no real need to necessarily hit this line again, right? You were below it. You got above it. You held on top of it. Used it as support. Today you opened up in the middle. You ran above this. Yeah, there might not be that much more downside here. It's either there's not going to be that much more downside or you're just going to crash out the sky and go straight down to 630s, 626. Anywhere in between is something you just don't want to mess with right now. Which is also the reason as to why we're playing 0-day puts. We're meticulating how the trends could progress here. And we're basically buying the best thing in terms of an idea, just looking at the weekly trends. So again, referring to the weekly trends, breaking them down and seeing how we ran up, seeing how we reacted, you could say. We then have the opportunity to see how, of course, the 0-day contracts are going to, play out here. So yeah, if you just fall down to 644, that's perfect. It's still right on the line. I could still see it happening today. So we could still chill, chill in the background, chill on the sidelines with these puts. We'll give them another second here. And then if you continue running up, you're running up towards 649, which could definitely happen today. You could definitely do that. However, we already played upside. We already sold it. So in order for us to play the continuation of it, we're not going to buy at the high. We're only going to buy if you fall down to the 200 or to 644. So 644 is our first buy. We're only going to spend around $10 just in case you want to go right through the 200 again. And we're looking in terms of a goal. So we want to get a call. It's going to be $10. We're probably going to get a 648. If not, if we could buy a 647 contract for like $15 because the market's just killing value from here for like the next hour, that would be phenomenal. Because you had the low of today in the morning. And right now is the afternoon session. And right now you had another low. But it's not that major. You kind of want to have more value get destroyed here. Especially if you're going to actually fling up to the top here. The only problem is today's the type of a day where it's like, imagine like, you know, Mario Kart. I don't know if you guys ever played Mario Kart, probably. But Mario Kart, you have these speed boost. And whenever your car goes on top of that speed boost, you start like flying into the stratosphere. Not up, but you just go forward really fast. So I'm thinking that that's going to happen right around there. That's why we're not worried right now, because you're right beneath a massive level where you're going to take off. All we have to do right now is just patiently wait, really. Patiently wait. If you get above 647, we could buy a 648 contract for, right now it's 15. So that would probably be around 30. It would probably double from there if it runs up to that point, to a new high. So we could get a 649 contract. Those might only be at 15 at that point. And then you run up to here. Yeah, that's exactly how we'll play this. So if you get above this blue, the 647 line, just wait for my call. We're going to buy a 649. It only costs, it's going to cost around 15 at the time, because these contracts are still going to go up from $6. The reason why we're not just straight up going to buy it right now for $6 is because what if the 648 contracts become $6 within the next few minutes here because of just data killing all the value? So it's a little too early to buy something ahead of time just to buy it because we know something could occur. That right there was the reason as to why I would have so many losses with 0 days when I was first starting, because I would have an idea. I would just, buy it at any time. And I wasn't averaging down. So, yeah, my value would just always disintegrate. And then I started realizing, all right, so you need to average down. You always have to have an averaging down plan, especially with 0 days. With 5 days, yeah, not really. Besides, buying it for down 90% or down 70%, then it kind of makes it a little bit more feasible for one. A put position right now, in all honesty, if we look at the weekly, because that's the way you got to look at it, right? You got to look at this in terms of a weekly lens, weekly approach. In terms of the weekly, I think this is a really good setup for the calls. I really do. We talked about it yesterday. We told everybody today could be extremely bullish. However, with how today's progressing right now, until you get above 646.90, I'm not really looking at upside truly. I'm thinking you might just have a little bit of downside here, 645, and then you might just run up a tiny bit towards the end of the day, back to 646, and then tomorrow we might have the bigger upside move. Because you are supposed to, and it's kind of funny because, again, last week, Friday, or 2 weeks ago on Friday, you ran up viciously. But if you look at the Thursday that was before it, it was a major uptrend, major downtrend. You're pretty much consolidating that Thursday on the 21st. Which would mean that if today plays out, that's almost way too similar to today. Look at that. Wait a second. Look at Thursday over here where you fell a good amount. Then you ran up towards the middle of the day, here. You had a low. Then you had another peak. You have a low. You have another potential peak here. Maybe it's not done yet, right? We might have to give this another 15 minutes. And then after that, it then crashes right back to a lower point. If this can crash down to a lower point right here, 642, it's over. We got the SPY exactly where we wanted. At that point, I'm going to let you guys buy a 2-day contract. And that 2-day contract is going to be for 644. to 646. And then we're going to sell it the second you hit 650. Because we should be able to do something like this here. And then just start flying viciously right back up again. If the market does that and they give us this opportunity, I'm telling you, this is going to be such an amazing gain. So it's kind of like just a brainstorming event. You just got to keep brainstorming different ideas until everything starts aligning with the 1/8 points, right? Or the 1/4 points, which you're about to hit right now. Yeah, you literally, if you do an equal reaction, oh my goodness, I just realized that. Look at the weekly moves, everybody. So you almost hit the 1/4 point, right? You see how you came this close to touching it? Yeah, that means, yeah, the equal reaction for downside would be right here. You could fall as low as 641.94. 641.94. That's the equal reaction. That's wild. And where's the midpoint for today? Let's go find that out as well. That's probably where the market's going to slow down. Midpoint's going to be exactly at 645.04 right now. So at this point, we might have to put a stop loss because the thing just might start acting stupid again. You might just do something like this here, before you go down lower. So yeah, we might have to put a stop loss right there. So that's a really good plan. I like this. I like it. I like it. So we got our weekly plan, which we know the market's running up for bullishness. We know the market's bullish. We know it was going to hold at 633. And if it didn't, we were going to play puts going down lower the other day. And we also know that you ran up to King's Point, which is near the previous high. We know we need to get above 647. Yeah, this is awesome. This is like checkmate right now. We'll just say check for now, not checkmate. By the way, if you guys want to play chess with me, add me on chess.com. Let's play some chess with each other. Got to get the brain swirling and thinking. You got no positions for 0 days right now? No, yeah, it's perfect, honestly. That's actually perfect.
That's great. You said chess.com, man. I play that every morning. I just get one game in just to wake my brain up. I play a 5-minute game.
Bro, I be playing like I think it's the 3-minute, the blitz. I think 5 minutes might still be blitz.
Oh, blitz, yeah. The blitz is, 2 and 3 minutes, right? Yep. I play the 5.
I bet. So then let me see if I'm gonna post my name here, or if anything, post your name and I'll add you. I actually really wanted to start a YouTube series when I first started playing a couple months ago, and I want to start a YouTube series. I want to call it Road to Grandmaster. I want to become a Grandmaster for this. If you guys want to tag along, let's do it. We can create another Discord just for this. Usually it's just like me and Danny playing chess. Like every single time we're done with a day. Not the current Danny who's on the Discord right now, but Danny Boy. We be playing like all the time. And yo, one time I remember me and Danny were going back and forth, and it was like we were on like move 190. We could not take each other out. That thing was insanely funny. Because look, we could play it right here. I don't know if you guys know that. If I start an activity, chess park, and then you press create game. Just press random, wait for Central Park, create game, and then yeah, this is how we could play on Discord in case you guys ever wanted to play. I'll leave it open for now, just in case you guys, somebody wants to join in. Cough, cough. I wonder if I can also play with my phone. Like, can I join into the Discord on my phone and play? Add Saints. Oh, so that's your name? Let me add it right now. Yeah, I kept losing a bunch of games because I just kept forgetting about it. So we can't forget about it this time. Where do you go to add people? Friends. Search by name. Let's do it. Alrighty. I don't know who added this to Discord. This is absolutely phenomenal. Let me do some thinking here. You said those who didn't pay to join the Discord can't play? No. No, hell no. That's I mean, of course, like you won't be able to join like the chess game inside of the computer, but no, yeah, if you guys got chess.com, add me. I think my name is, I don't even know what my name is. It's just Silo TV. Same thing as the Discord. It's like a guy on top of a rock. I already forgot all the different ways I used to play. I had like a certain system to play in the beginning. I forgot how I used to do it. Let me see. By the way, we're still waiting for Spy here. Just trying to pass some time. Let me see. Hmm. Remember, we're waiting for Spy to make another high here. This could be the point where we average down for the first time today on the puts. The calls ended up going to exactly what we wanted it to. It went from 20 to 100 and something. So we're gonna, again, we already took a picture of that. There's no need to take another one. In terms of the put side here for 644. Yeah, we're still in range of profit. There's no need to average down just yet. We want to sell this contract. You're losing some value here, so it's going to be a little bit harder to claim that $80 target. We might have to sell this for around $40, $50. It all depends how fast we fall here. If it's pretty quick, because you've been moving so slow all day after around like 11 o'clock. So since that's the case, you could potentially still see this speed up here. Add some more momentum to the table, increase IV.
And the around 25%.
Oh, 100%, right? Oh my god. I was trying to crown the damn queen of the kings. Not the king. Whatever. I did it the wrong way. Oh, I meant to go on 8s. Options are now at $17, $18, everybody. So we're just giving this a moment here. Let this kill as much value as possible. There you go. That's how you're supposed to do it. I think I did it from the... What, you have to select the queen first? I don't know how Discord works. Whenever you're trying to crown it.
Yeah, you gotta move the king to space.
Or not crown it, but castle it, yeah. Nah, yeah, like for chess, what I would do is, if you go to chess.com, you can actually watch the top chess players play. And I'll go on like the setting for it, and they allow you to watch it. Like, you know, both people play at the same time. So I'll be just watching, you know, like Magnus or... I forgot the other guy's name. The Asian guy. I'll be watching like him or Magnus. I want to start watching the that new Grandmaster. That kid, I believe I don't know where he's from exactly.
Like 12 or 13.
And he beat Magnus recently.
Yeah, I seen that on YouTube.
Yeah, I want to start watching how he plays. He's definitely going to be somebody to mess with Magnus later on. It's kind of funny because Magnus, it was the same thing with Magnus when he was younger. Like the pros would get frustrated with him. And Magnus got frustrated with him, with the kid.
Hey, yo, what's going on in this Chester Park, man?
Right now we're competing for $1 million.
Okay, I'm in the park. Oh, that's dope.
I wish we could have multiple games set up. I don't know if we can. We might be able to. I don't know if you guys want to run some games in the background. Just to pass some time here. Imagine. Yo, imagine you join back on the Discord in like a week, and it's like everybody's going head to head with each other.
That'd be funny. I mean, that'd be pretty dope though, because like, chess is real good for the mind.
Yeah, it feels fun, honestly. I like puzzle games like this. Let me see. Alright, that's what we're going to do for now.
Come on, Louis, show him. Show him who's boss.
Let's do it! Right now, Louis is leading in terms of points. Let's see. Let me see. Alright. Boom. Bam. And then... Yo, Hoover, I just realized that. We should do that. Whenever we got some time, we should go to Central Park and play with some of the Individuals that be playing in Central Park.
Yo, I'll bring the money glasses. I'll be like, oh yeah, OG. Alright, I'm gonna use that one.
All right. We have an opportunity there. We have an opportunity there. This is what we're going to do here. I just realized I can't do that. That's not going to lead to See, if this was a time game, I would have lost. How much are these options? They're still at $18, still at $17, $19. Where's the fourth reversal point? While I think about my next move. Fourth reversal point is still at 647.12. So you really got stuck in between 3.5 and 4. So much price action.
It feels like we're killing value here.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering, because if you just hang up here the whole entire day, it would be kind of funny. Because remember yesterday we told everybody, because you started running up at the end of the day, theoretically if you did that 2 days in a row, today could be a day where either it's going to be flat at the end of the day, or it's going to be a downtrend. Especially if you've been just going up the whole entire day with no real downside. So yeah, we'll acknowledge that just in case. All right, let's see here. You said you're gonna try not to fall asleep and go out to work, then sleep early before market opens after work. There we go. So what is everybody thinking in terms of upside and downside on the YouTube as well as the Discord? Let me know what you guys are thinking. Like what specific levels? Say that again? Oh, on the short term, yeah, on the 5 minute, yep. I see what you're talking about. It could lead to, yeah, general, because you hit, look at this right here, right? This is also how I follow the progression of the market. That's the reason why I use EMAs. Because if you look at the EMAs, after you hit, let me show you right here. So the way you normally trade EMAs, everybody, right? It's very simple. It's just there's a couple different ways to go about it. The first time you buy a call on the EMAs is not when you cross through it. You can do it if you would like to, especially if it's early in the day, like, you know, this type of an early move. It's not a bad idea. Where I focused on buying the calls is letting it bounce above the EMAs. And then the second you hit the pink line or green line, I buy a call. The first time it hits it. After you hit it the first time, I then want to see it make a new high. So it made a new high, perfect. But then you hit the pink line again. And then you made a new high. So now I'm just like, all right. Hit the green, made a new high. It already hit the pink over here. And then you made a new high. Then you hit the green, made a new high. Hit the pink, made a new high. So now the next target is going to be making a new high off of touching the blue one, the green one again, or the purple one. And if you look at it, you stopped at the golden pocket. So the golden pocket, basically what that means is it's when you fall in between the blue line and purple line. It tends to lead to another reversal that takes you up into a higher point. So this is all basically just still not really moving aggressively. It's still just following stuff pretty nicely. That's your next CS zone as well. Yeah, those CS zones are really close to each other. What's good, culinary? Going to 1/8. To the top, I see where you're at now. I like the way it looks. I like the way you have 1/8 mixed with the 1/16 mixed with. Yeah, I like the way you did that, culinary. That looks really, really good. I might have to steal that.
Hey, son.
What's good, Hoover?
So I just came up with this idea right now, popped in my head. If you know how we talk about the law of close and exchange,
Mm-hmm.
right? So since we had 2 gaps up, we might have another gap down. What do you think? So we had 1 gap down 2 days ago. And then we just had 2 gaps up this morning and yesterday.
I like how you call that out. That's, yeah, literally. That's another perfect idea. It's an idea that I actually never ran through yet. So I never thought about this one yet. But let's go through it real quick. So you are correct. You do have a gap here. And then you don't fill it. And then you create another gap. And then you start to fill most of that first gap. You fill half of it at the end of the day. The next day you fill almost the rest of this one. Go back down. You then fill that one you created that day. You can kind of say it was right here. You kind of filled it early in the morning. So you filled that gap. Went down a little bit lower. Went down higher to the 200. Went down to down here. And then you started gapping up from right around here. Where you filled the gap. Why I keep yawning? I swear I got some good sleep last night. Let's see. So that's 1 gap, 2 gaps. And then you fill that gap. Fill the rest of the half of that one. Filled most of that one, 75%. Then you fill the rest of it. And then you fill the rest of the gap from today. And now you're heading up to pretty much the same high as over here, which was Friday. So yeah, let's see if it's going to start filling that gap from Friday. Because that's going to lead you to 649. So what we could do here is, once you get above 647, like 20s, like right around Friday's high, 647.20s, so like right around here, we could start playing the calls going up to, I think that's above the fourth reversal point. I believe so. And then we're going to play the calls basically up to right here. Like right there. And then we'll see if at the end of the day, you want to just get shut down towards the 200 moving average, if not a little bit before it. And then in terms of a downside idea, we want you to fall down to here, where we're going to sell the puts, and then play the calls going right back up to the end of the day. And then at the end of the day, we once again will play puts, but not going that far down. We'll play like a shorter strike price, very close. If you fall first. If you run up first, we'll average down up here at the top. Like for instance, let's just say you just start wildly running up here and we don't have an opportunity to buy into the calls. We could put this one up a little bit more actually, like that. And like this. Excellent. Excellent. Perfect. And then move this. Perfect. Let's just have that sitting there as an idea, and then we'll check back on it and a few here. That's the midpoint of the new trend you created this week. Where's the low? The low is the 20. Yeah, the low is from the 21st. This is basically like the end of the month move, like that your last week of the month. This is the last week of the month's trend, this one box here. And if we chop it up from the midpoint, the 1/4 point is the area that you're basically stuck by. Where's that other chart that we were looking at equal reaction? Oh yeah, Hoover, by the way, in terms of the idea that you had for the downside and upside for the gaps, that's how we're going to play it. Now, it's kind of funny because the one thing I want you guys to remember from this moment is not just the fact that it is a very close equal reaction with how you gapped up all these last 4 or 5 days, but I really want you to pay attention to the fact that gaps always create more gaps where previous gaps were once created. So in terms of timing new gaps at a new area, it's a little bit hard to do it. The only way you could possibly time gaps is if you actually break down the monthly boxes like this here. So let's go to SPY. So this box goes down to 480 and it goes up to the new high that we just made. Every single time we make a new high, I fix it. The orange one's right here. All right, so you're almost at that circle, right? Yeah, you're literally at King's Point right now. How much are the contracts? They're at $15. We just need them to drop down a little bit more here. We'll scoop up like 1 or 2 more. Let me see, SPY is at the top of that weekly box, the previous one. We got a contract right there for puts for you to fall down to here. If you break up above here, we talked about the 649 calls. And then for averaging down, let's start putting our limits to buy these contracts at a cheaper price. So the first time we bought one was around 30. Currently they're $16 each. Let's see if we can scoop up 2 of them for $14 to $12. So for now, I'm just going to put my order to average down on these contracts at 14 for the SPY puts that are 644. You're about to hit the fourth reversal point here. So this is perfect. You're like slightly right below it. So that's where we're going to average down right at that point right there. So let's put it to 13. Let's buy 2 of them at 13. Let's press enter. Okay, order submitted. Now we're just waiting. If the market just crashes, right now we're down about 55%. So in terms of value, we're just looking for at least break even until we average down. When we average down, now we're going to be looking for like a 50% trade, 80% trade. So boom, boom, bam. And that's it. That's all. All right, perfect. I'm going to grab some water here, everybody. Just give me 1 second. Down to 645.03 before it bounces. 645.03. And then you said you want to see this then bounce up to... oh yeah, you didn't put that next point. And then for Nels, you said 647.5. Yeah, that's a really good point. That's like right about where my arrow is right here for downside. By the way, you guys might be looking at these charts and you might be a little bit confused as to how is this line right here. It's going to sound kind of insane. So just hear me out for a second. Again, hear me out for a second. I drew these lines specifically referring to about, I think it was a little bit less than the main trading style. So I think it was around 700 days, 600 days. So I looked at the last 700 days last year when I was creating this. And all these lines on my screen are what the SPY normally does. Like, literally, if you follow these lines, I mean, just look at this over here, right? You fall below the fourth one, fall down on top of number 2, and then you run up past number 4, fall down in between 4 and 3. So they're basically trying to give you, like, the yin and yang reaction, right? So, like, the reversal points are like the yin. And then the yang to that would be the points that are in between that we normally don't buy from. That's what these lines are highlighting. So yeah, that point that you just listed for 647.50, that's a really good point to average down because you could just see this fall to, you know, a whole dollar basically. Yeah, you could literally see this fall a whole dollar, then run up to 648. What time is it? It's 1:30. Okay, you're about to hit the fourth reversal point, everybody. You're about to hit it right now. You ready? Let me post this inside of the Discord. Give me 1 second, everybody. Nah. All right, I'll be right back. You said... Wait, what happened? What's going on over there, culinary? What play was it? 642 would be the equal reaction on the reversal points as well. 642 because we hit. Now we're about to hit number 4, so equal reaction would be number 4. But when you set that message, yeah, you were right. 642.60 right there. Palantir. Yeah, it's kind of like weirdly consolidating right now on Palantir. Like you can both go up a little bit more and a little bit lower with the current range that you're stuck in. It's like not really completing it fully. And then this right here was the line we drew earlier for the supply and demand zones. That tends to be how you break out. So you did a nice breakout here, but it's kind of like... Yeah, it just looks like it's going to tank here. You did it a little too aggressively. If you would have popped down to below the purple, potentially we might not get that drop at the end of the day if we would have fell down to here. But now since you didn't fall down to there, I honestly, yeah, it's becoming more and more certain that you might actually fall towards the end of the day. How much of a, a drop you might have, it just depends. So what we're going to do here is we're going to average down on those contracts. And if the market continues to go against us, it's all right. We're just going to patiently wait. And then we're going to buy a new contract that's one strike out. Just in case you continue going up higher. That's the game plan, everybody. You had the direction, just a bad entry. Let me see. Chop puts. Yeah, though it's just chopping in the middle, yeah. Literally. I see what you're saying now. It's kind of like yeah, for the upside and for the downside. And then you said 222 bearish. Does that say bearish Randy Jackson? Imagine, is that the name of the indicator or something? Yeah, I like that monitor, Vikash. That's actually, that monitor right there is, I think, one of the monitors I was looking at. That's a really nice curve monitor. That's like the only curve monitor that I would honestly get. 646.93, everybody. Oh, you said it's part of the strategy? Okay. Um, why does it make that noise? It is 1:30 as well, everybody, so remember that. I think we talked about this yesterday. Was it? Yeah, I think it was yesterday. We talked about, just the market moving at certain points and at certain moments. And when you get trends like today, you want to watch the 130s right before 2 o'clock because you tend to get a move that's a little bit more larger than the initial push to get you up here in the first place. So if you look at this right here, That's like the consolidation of you running up to the top here. So if you're trying to build King's Point during the day, which I've never taught nobody before how to do, I've only shown you how to do King's Point on the monthly and the weekly, but this is exactly how you would do it. So these are all your different points that the market's going to radiate towards. Yeah, you might get that touch there, then you hold here a smaller amount, and then I could see you blast up a little bit higher here, where you can then get that next downside towards the end of the day still. So you still could be positioned for more downside here. I think we've ran through all the different experiments. Maybe the last one could... Actually, that one's already explaining the last one, which is the more aggressive one. Like this one right here. Like that's basically your most aggressive trend. That would be like your mini one. And I guess you can have one more in between. You know, somewhere up here. 648. I would actually just put it to here at 649. And then, since you already fell on 649, you're not really going to fall that much next time. Because you already fell from here. So you're most likely going to go straight. If you touch 648 for whatever reason, you're going to go straight through it, most likely. And same thing with 649s. You're most likely going to go straight through it as well. Once you get above 648. And the reason why is because you already hit these levels a few times over here. So it could of course stop in King's Point, which again the next King's Point's levels is going to be right here. You actually still have another one below. What's it called? Below where you're currently at right now. So that's also another level. Let's copy this to right here. And then we're going to copy these two to the top. So these are all the points that the market needs to run into. So in terms of getting a 5-day or something more expensive or something more costly, the first thing I would say is there's still a few more points where we could run up into. So you might as well just wait for those. And if it happens, it happens. On the other hand, you could just focus on the 0-day puts just like how we are. Not bad. Let me see. When did we sell those calls? We sold those calls where? It was pretty quick. We weren't holding them that long. 1026. So yeah, right about there. And then we bought them exactly at 1019, or maybe like a little bit before because I posted it then, which could be the same thing with that actually, in terms of the selling point. So this right here is 1015. So let me see. It says order filled at yeah, 1018. So it's going to 3-minute here. So literally right here is where we filled our call. Got at the bottom of the consolidation. You ran up towards King's Point, which was the point right before the high. We got God damn. We got rid of it on that point. I just realized I forgot to get water. All right, after this, we're going to show you where we got the put. I believe it just averaged down actually. So let's go ahead and circle this right here. Let me see. 1154. When did we buy the puts? We started buying the first one at... We told you we were gonna buy it at 1040. And then we filled it at 1118. 1118 is right around here. So this is where we first bought into it. Right around that point right there. The averaging point, of course, we're looking at 13 here. So let's turn this to pink. And then we're going to show you where the exit plan is. Again, the exit plan for these contracts. First main location is going to be, of course, Kings Point, which is right here. I'll make it kind of like a yellowish orange for the target. And then the next main point that we want this to drop to is simply going to be down here. Right there. Now the next thing you have to, of course, think about and consider is this right here. Yeah, I'm about to say, let me just use the magnet tool. This will be a little quicker for us. And then, okay, so that's Kings Point, Kings Point. We're gonna make one more box. The midpoint of the day, of course, is now gonna be next to this Kings Point. When we first bought our contracts, the midpoint was right around here, which was 644. So in terms of an idea, it was a more of an aggressive idea, but at the same time, because of the time, because of the point that it, I ran to at that very time at 10:30, it was still pretty early. So that was a pretty good buy in terms of us buying it up here, because again, we were going to buy it down here. That's when we told everybody to start looking at it, was right around here, yeah. And then we bought it up here. We averaged down here. We're planning on selling it here. So because we bought two of them here, one of them was 30 here, two of them were 13 here, which means the average is now, 1 second please. The average is now $21. Current contracts are around $13 still. Number 4 on the reversal points is going to be 647.16. So this is reversal point number 4. So I'm kind of like throwing all the ideas on one chart. I believe that's the reversal point. Let me double check. 647.12. 647.12. Right there. And of course, once you get above number 4, so like if you get above here, what you can see the market do is run to number 8, or number 5, my bad. And then at that point, once you hold on number 5 from number 4, we could see us playing some puts going right back down to the top of number 4. If not, a safer idea would be just to play to the midpoint of that new level, getting on top of number 4. Because remember, this is a very important reversal point. Number 3 was basically right down here, which is, let me make sure. Number 3. Yeah, so in terms of the 5 minute, that was a pretty good buying point right there. As well as the point to average down, you're above pretty much everything, but just not at the 4th reversal point just yet. A few cents below it. And then once you get above that, that's how we could play the calls going up to 648. Yep, and then 648. After 648, you want to see the market fall right back down. Alrighty. Let's bring this to the top. Did it make a new high? Yes, slight new high. After you hit the top, slight new high. You could see a potential. We don't have a path for this yet. Let me draw that right now. You could hold it here as well, by the way, everybody. So if you hit this dotted line in the middle of the consolidation zone, you could definitely hold right there. We're on the 3 minute right now, so the candles look a little quicker than normal. 3 minute, 5 minute, they're all pretty much the same thing. It just makes you feel less emotional. But if you're gonna watch something on the lower time frame, I would say yeah, use the 3 minute as well. We don't actually have no trading style. You know what we need to create? I just remembered. I just reminded myself. Let me write this down because last time I forgot. We basically need to create a trading style for the 1 minute. And then create a trading style for the 3 minute. That's the plan. What are you doing?
1 minute trading style will go crazy on the 0 days.
That's what I was thinking, right?
Hell yeah, bro.
Because we already have a bunch of trading styles that work with candlestick patterns. I could, it literally converts. I believe. Yeah, it's crazy. Wait, let me see something. That converts better than the 5 minute. Oh no, that's not a consolidation zone. This is a King's Point zone. Consolidation zone would be over here. Let's actually take those. Let's copy it over to this one as well. Let's see, what chart did I put it on? There you go. I always usually put it on this chart as well. There's still so much time left today. This is going to be funny. Brace yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. This is where it gets exciting.
Does it not feel like Friday today, or is that just me?
Nah, yeah, it feels like a very, yeah. I know what you mean.
It doesn't feel like Thursday.
I feel like I don't, I gotta see. Because when I go outside, sometimes it feels like yesterday felt like a Monday. I don't know what it was.
I feel
Let me see this real quick. Let me paste this. All right, everybody, you're at number 4 now.
Alright. Hear me out. Can you feel a day? I don't know if that makes sense.
Can you feel a day? I mean, yeah. I wouldn't see why you couldn't. Because it feels like there's a normal, consistent pattern with it. Like, for instance, like I remember, I forgot who I was having this conversation with. I think it might have been Chris. We're still waiting to average down again. So again, we have 3 in total here. Once you get to that next red area, that's where we're going to start to average down again. The last time, contracts are still very close. However, once you hit this top point, that will be the final time to average down, and at that point, we're gonna potentially buy a new contract for the same cost that ever we spent for that the other one. Right now, we're just down $30, and then we have another 30 inside the trade. So 30 for 30, we'll just probably put our capital into a 1 strikeout play for like $40. Once you hit the red, because again, don't forget, there's still a lot of time today. If the market wants to speed up, we will allow it to speed up. We already averaged down at a proper point. We're not going to force another averaging of contracts yet, because there's just no point yet. You're still around the same range as we bought. Think of equal reaction above that pink line, and then below the pink line, which is where we bought it. So you're basically just still stuck in that one area. And then if you see this pull right back down to the red arrow here, and you're looking at calls, just pay attention to their value. See if you can start to lose some value here on the calls. Because if you can, you could definitely potentially buy into another one on top of number 4. You might just have to wait until it falls down from number 5 to buy that call. And the only reason why I say that is just due to the fact that, again, the market could be speeding up and it's kind of like in the middle of it. So we got to see where this is going to slow down. And of course, the next point would be number 5. Number 4 and 5 work in correlation, as you have with this right here, which is number 3. It's somewhere around here. Let me see. Where was the point we bought? Right there. So number 3 is literally right around there. Okay, speeding up a little bit more here.
Hey, sorry, you can still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you. What's going on?
I'm thinking we gotta come up with a system that we gotta think like we're already running these hedge funds, you know?
What do you mean? Like referring to what exactly?
Talking about insurance. Insurance gets flagged.
Sort, no, not necessarily, but like our edge on the market. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
this works. This is stamp. Everybody in here knows how to use this. You know.
Like you talking about like the trading styles, in terms of like using it to trade against the whales. We're reaching cold waters, everybody. But in terms of big money, the first thing I would tell you guys is don't even worry about them. I wouldn't consider them a worry. In fact, just bringing their name up in terms of certain people, when you say whales, it's more generalized, right? But when you bring up the names of certain groups, those are going to start raising some keywords and systems that, you know, people have created. And eventually, yeah, people are just not going to like you doing that, you know? So you kind of don't want to refer to them no more. I think we referred to them enough the last couple weeks here. It's kind of funny because when I do that, when I talk more about certain aspects, I don't know if it's because of the maybe political stuff, because I know YouTube doesn't like that, but they copyright like 90% of my videos. It's kind of funny. It's just copyright straight down, even if I'm not playing music. I'm assuming it's potentially because of that. But yeah, we don't know. So again, we're waiting to average down on these 644s at $6 each. They're still within range, so that was the best part about those contracts. Even though we bought at the reversal point number 3, the one thing we want to do is just wait to average down that third time, buy a new contract at 40, which is going to be a lot closer. Let that contract drop right back down to 60, potentially 70. Claim back whatever loss we have on this other trade. Because at that point, if we average down, you go from $6 to potentially back to 8 right here. And then if you fall on top of this box, these contracts would be costing You said I sound slightly a bit frustrated? No. No. For some reason, I just woke up tired today. I don't know what it is. Like, I got plenty of sleep. I did sleep around 4 a.m., I guess. I woke up at 8, then I knocked out again by an accident. Knocked out till like 10 o'clock, pretty much. And then instantly popped up. And then just joined you guys. Nah, yeah. Maybe I didn't get no sunlight. That could have been what it was. The other day I got some good sunlight in the morning. Like right before I went on the live, I was up at like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. And I was just outside for like an hour. And then when I came back, nah, yeah, I was just so energetic. So maybe we'll take a little 20-minute break here. I'll go grab some food because that's also another issue I have whenever I'm trading. I just don't like eating. And because I had to take some medication for the dentistry work that I had to do recently, it just messes with my system. Like I didn't say nothing, but I think it gave me like stomach problems all morning for some reason. Not even like needing to use the bathroom or anything like that, but it's just like I don't know, it just makes it like cramp up. So yeah. That might be why. I'm also sitting in a very odd position right now. Which is maybe something I should fix. There you go. It's like I'm pressing against my lungs. I gotta stop doing that. I started to hunch over when I'm like walking like really fast. And I'm like, nah. I gotta fix my posture. Dr. Mikey? What's going on, Mikey?
What's going on?
There we go. How you doing?
I gotta fix my posture as well. Man, my back ache since yesterday, man. Crazy. Yeah, I was doing a little research and I found out that stretching your hip flexors, that's supposed to help to alleviate back pain. So, I gotta try and do some stretching, you know? The long sitting down driving, not good, you know what I mean?
Right.
And, yeah. Even sitting and training, the same thing. And it's sitting for an extended period of time, not good, no matter what you do it. Good afternoon, everyone. This is your captain speaking.
Yo, we gotta have like a video like that. Like every time I go live, I want it to have like a funny ass video of everybody from the Discord made from like Blender. Like I want to do something like that. I just didn't know what.
There's some. Yeah, still. Yeah, I couldn't really get on earlier. Busy earlier today, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Just cruising on the highway right now on the I-90 going towards Virginia. So, let's see what's going on with the farm. But however, I did make my paper trade this morning. I did one paper trade. I was up 33%, which is $2. So, let me take my profit. When I said my gave me $1 profit, I'm good with that. My paper trade, you know. I reached it out on reached it out on $2. You know. And let's see if I can slowly build this one up. Let's see. Aside from that, I got in a security trade.
Mm-hmm.
That one was up. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was up over 100. Yeah, over 100%, bro.
There we go. That's excellent.
Yeah. I got it one before, and it went down. I lost almost 50%, and when it came back in profit,
Mm-hmm.
I sold it 10%. Like, yeah, I'm not playing around, you know. So, for the $30 I put in what I put, so.
Remember, we averaged down.
Oh, that was the first time I've gotten it.
Oh, you got in when we averaged down?
Yeah.
There we go, Mikey. You heard what? So do you remember what I told you yesterday or the day before? In terms of not you specifically, but in terms of I don't.
I remember.
Perfect.
I know what you're gonna say.
No, yeah, perfect. Because that's excellent. That's exactly. Yeah, you got a cheaper price. You waited all day patiently. You know, the market could have went both ways. You could have been losing money. The market, you know, regardless of where it went, you would have been in the unknown, and that would have wanted, you know, probably forced you or, you know, made you get into a contract that you probably would have bought, you know, maybe a little bit more expensive, or, and you kind of just basically waited through all that. So it's a valuable lesson, you know, especially going into these next couple of days here. Now, when the market's moving all wild and crazy, then of course in those situations we're gonna start changing up the ideas and how we play it. But for days like today, it's just back and forth, simple back and forth. Just like 2 days ago, we had some of you making money with the calls, and at the same time you played calls and you were making money, I started making money with the puts at the same time because I instantly bought them at the top. So it was a funny situation. It was just, you know, back and forth. And to be able to do that with a group of people and not have everybody play one side is one of my most like impressive feats that I've done in terms of how I see teaching. Like, to be able to do that, it's amazing. I know some of you already know how to trade. I'm not saying I made all you, you know, very well aware, but just a little extra bit of information that we add here and there is good enough to vastly improve somebody, and I'm well aware of that. So to be able to see it again happen live, I love it. It's amazing. So let's see if we can do it today. We'll average down at the next best point, which is going to be around, it might drop less than $6 now. So at the top, you might be at like $4, $3. So then we'll not just buy 3, we'll buy another 4 if that happens. So again, we'll potentially buy it at $3 to $4. We'll buy an extra couple. So in total, we have 3 right now. At the top, at that next pink arrow, we're going to have potentially 7 in total, 8 in total. And then we're going to look for this to drop from 3, potentially right back down to, if we just drop to like 6, but then again at 3, if you add 4 more, the average is going to drop down from 20 to about 12. If not, it could drop underneath 9, like around 9. If we can drop our average to 9, we'll sell our contracts at 8 to 12. So that's what we could do. Because again, like I told you all before, unless the market just runs into the stratosphere and you run above number 5 on the reversal points, which is that next pink arrow, these contracts are still going to be in range, so we still have the opportunity to basically make everything back as long as we average down correctly. That's pretty much all, you know. We should be able to do this perfectly. We should be able to get out of this scot-free. It's going to be a little bit harder to get out of this than a 0 day, not a 0 day, but a 5 day. 5 days and 10 day contracts are usually easier to get out of because of that opportunity to average in throughout the week. For today, it's more of a one-sided, and not just today, but most 0 days, because it's that day. It tends to have a lot of momentum, you know, tied into the contract, so it is more one-sided, you could say, most of the time. Especially when you're running up like this all day, which is very similar to last week, right? We talked about this yesterday. We said the way tomorrow is going to progress is either a slow, bloody run to the upside. So we're going to get a contract very close for the calls. And that contract went from $20 and it peaked at around 160. So that right there is a pretty good multiple, you know. $25. That's times 4 times 5. Yeah, it's like 600-700%. So it's really nice to see that all of our 0 days, regardless if we sell out early or not, but the potential of it ends up being around 600 to 700 for the most part. So in terms of these 644 puts, the potential now for that downside, it's not going to be around 600 no more, because of course you need to go down to 644 and go in the money, and then massive amounts of value will probably hit the wire. Or if you go underneath this point right here, like the CS zone at 646.18, if you go anywhere below that, a lot of momentum is going to start getting added to this to the put side. So it'll probably go from right here. It's currently around $8. It's been holding its value pretty much all day. So right here, when we bought another 2, it was around 13. It's currently at $8 right now. We're trying to buy another 4 at 4. Take our average down from 20 to around 9, if not 10. And then see if we can get out for break even, if not a little profit. Yeah, everything's going to start getting oversold around this point, yep. Let's go to the consolidation zone. Not the consolidation zone, supply and demand zones. Let's see where you're at. So you're exactly where we drew the arrow from earlier. We still haven't changed this yet, so we're going to let this rock for now. You can still hit the purple. You actually went a little bit higher than it, like 5 cents higher. And then after that, let me see. After that, because we drew that, then you didn't go as low. You fell perfectly from the same point where you consolidated here, but you didn't go as low as we wanted you to. So now we'll see if you're going to go as low as we want you to here, which would be a drop straight down to 645.90, 646. And at that point, these contracts should be worth around $14 to maybe $16, 17. So we'll almost be break even. So that's what I'm referring to, and I want you guys to understand that as well. Without me even actually inspecting that, because truthfully, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that in terms of the contract value, that's what I was planning. In fact, there was a whole separate reason that's, you know, its own thing in terms of averaging down, right? So we got it at the perfect point, right? You didn't go as low as we wanted you to, so we couldn't sell out. We averaged down at the next best point, which is right here. We doubled the contracts. We got another 2, so now we have 3 in total. We're going to see if you can get some of that value back by down here. And if not, that's not the case, we still have a few more potential areas that we can average down. But the only problem is we got to be very careful here. So potentially here, you can also potentially average down here. right? So we're only going to pick the 648 area or near the top of the purple. We're not going to pick nothing else because there's just there's no purpose in it, right? Index options look harder to trade. Yeah, we don't really trade index options. You just reminded me about the interactive broker thing. I mean, besides, like, yeah. I do want to start trading NASDAQ now that I think about it. Because NASDAQ, we have all the charts done. Now that I really think about it. I kind of wanted to do a little bit more stocks separately inside the NASDAQ before I actually do something. For just like the NASDAQ options thing in general, like that name, and I think it's NDX. I think that's the name. Let me check. Yeah, NDX. So before we start trading that, I want to at least do the top 10 NASDAQ stocks, and once I finish the top 10, we'll start to chop up pretty much everything else. No, honestly, it is harder to average down for stuff like SPX and NDX, but it's not really that hard, honestly. It's just for SPX specifically. Like I said, I haven't really traded the NDX, so I can't tell you, at least not yet. For SPX specifically, those contracts, they viciously go up and down. So if you buy something for 150, you can expect to be buying that for like $20 within like 30 minutes, which is crazy. Like it could drop that much. Versus if it goes up, we've had some individuals on this Discord throw in like 150, and the contracts, they go up to like 600, 500. Not instantly, of course, not right away, but over the course of 50 minutes, 40 minutes, 30 minutes, and it's kind of crazy. So it's literally the same thing we're doing here with SPY when you're trading SPX. It's the same exact thing. It's just more momentum based. SPY is like a lot slower in terms of how the momentum affects the actual prices of the contracts, especially the theta. Like with SPX, it's not even theta that's killing your value. It's just the value killing itself pretty much, just due to the momentum. Plus the theta, it's just like, yeah, those contracts, when they go down, I'm telling y'all, they go down fast. That's why you only want to have, 1 or 2 averaging points. Like, for example, whenever you buy a contract at 30, I want you all to remember every single time I average down is pretty much, it's a very similar format. It's just all dollar-based as well as trend-based. So, like, for example, at the 4th reversal point, which is right where we're at right now, like we're slightly above it, you just hit the next purple supply and demand zone. Just letting everybody know. But yeah, just generally at these points, that's where you want to buy the SPX trades. Like perfectly at that point. So right now you would be down on a put that you bought for SPX, but I guess I can't really say you would be down because you would have fell right here. So if you would have bought it right there, which is basically, where did we average down again? I have it in circles somewhere. Oh yeah, we got to fix that as well. I got to remember that. Yeah, look at this right here, everybody. You see how it's just like a copy and paste? That's exactly what we're looking for. Because this is going to break sooner or later. And when it breaks, these contracts should be able to... They should be able to go up a decent amount. We should be able to even potentially go up like 200-300% here. Theoretically. Just depends how far you go up. Because this is 648.40. 647.60. So now you're above the weekly midpoint as well. So we got to look at those boxes. Where did I put the boxes? Isn't it around here? Oh, there it is. Okay, so remember, you're not buying calls now. Don't look at the green arrow now. You got to go up higher first and then fall on top of the green arrow. All you just did right there was hit number 4 and then hit 4.5. And you could just potentially still see you whiplash right back below 4 and go 0.5 below, which would be right here. Right around 646.63. Contracts still cost $7 right now, so they're not really losing any value no more. We're going to have to wait for this to hit number 5. And that's a good thing. It might perfectly work out the way we're planning it to work out. Which usually is the case whenever you have daily movement like this, because like by now it's 2 p.m. We saw the market move a certain amount all day. So we kind of already understand how this is going to go forward here. Just using the daily move and what we already have. Same thing like how you would use basically today's data for tomorrow, as we use last week's Friday's data for, of course, Friday for tomorrow, as we use last week's Thursday data for today and 2 weeks ago. So it's always just basically the same type of idea when I create these trading styles or some of these like psychological switches. It's all just able to be used in different scenarios and in different situations, kind of like the charts. Because what I found is whenever you're trying to create something and do something, the only way you could truly create the best version of it is if you literally try to max out every single aspect with the intention of making it have a certain type of ability. So like, for example, with the SPY charts, the only thing I ever wanted truly was to have a trading style that I could throw onto any chart and I could just chop it up and find all the levels that I wanted to buy. Like that was always a dream to me when I first started. Like I specifically remember that's the only thing I cared about. And over time, it just became the case, So now that we are able to actually use a trading style for, all charts, it's kind of like you also have to make sure that the way you speak can be used in all different ways. The way you teach can be used in all different ways, not just the charts. The way you write, the way you organize the plans, the notes, everything has to be able to be used in any other situation, shape, and form. Because then the actual trading style itself kind of maintains its, I don't know how to really explain it. It's more of like, how people say, like, if there's a bunch of people in a village and they think that there's like like a lake monster, eventually over time, just depending on people thinking about it all the time and people writing stories about it and people maybe going to the river and, just doing certain things because of the idea of it. Point blank, when something is more thought of, you can have a situation where something is created from that thought. So it's kind of like that's just the way I see everything. Everything is just created from your thoughts. So the more you think about something bad, the more bad will happen. Of course, right? Just makes sense. So if you're consistently talking about your problems and you're never trying to actually have a plan to fix it, you just become that, I don't know how to say it in a different fashion, because I wouldn't really want to say it like that. That sounds a little too blunt. But yeah, it's like you want to be able to format your ideas and your concepts so that everything is the same way. Everything means the same thing. Everything is trying to get you to a same level, the same point. And I would say this is how you generally raise like people's just level of just knowledge and conscious, right? Because a lot of people, they don't really think too deeply about stuff. They just go with it. It's not a bad thing to go with it, of course, because when you maintain that higher level, the funniest reality is that, like I tell everybody when they start trading, just like I told Hoover. Let's see, is Hoover here right now? Hoover is not here. So just like I told Hoover when he first started, the way he was trading, his first, couple weeks here, he was making 1,000, 2,000 each trade. So there was a day where he sent me the video recently. He was recording it, and I was talking about just what the trends were going to do that day, just like how I do it now. And the market, we basically perfectly played both sides. It was like a nice V shape. I think it was probably on the Tuesday or Monday. And no, yeah, I think he ended up making like 6,000 that day. So it's pretty crazy, but generally, as long as everybody here is trying to have a certain plan in terms of money, in terms of charting, in terms of this market's understanding, as long as you attack it in a way where it's all with the same intention and core philosophy, you end up getting there real quick. Say that again, Meech.
Oh shit, my bad. I thought I was muted. I burped. I didn't know I was I'm muted.
I know you good. All right, so I forgot I had that game going with Louis. My fault, Louis. I just saw the Discord.
I'm at work. I ain't tripping, man. I'm trying to get it in.
There we go.
Just let me know if you move.
All right, everybody. So listen, I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna get some food real quick. We'll see if this is gonna happen by power hour, and then we'll make sure we have a really good power hour. Make sure we have some fun here. We'll also look at some other companies just to see if they're ready yet. To be bought, of course. For instance, for Target, you're approaching a very, very funny level, just due to the fact that if you go here, we didn't do this yet on a class. We're planning on doing this, like I said, tonight. But if you just measure these ranges, right? You're approaching that quarter section of the last, box. So with that in mind, the second you get to the 1/8 point, which is going to be at 88, the only other level that this is going to stop at is at the exact low, 86, or at 83, 82. So if you go below this 1/8 point, we're just going to play puts going down to the low 80s. And then at that point, we're going to buy some more trades for the upside. Or average down. That's what I meant. So average down on the plays that we bought over here. We bought them like right there at 95. You're still at 91, so there's literally no point to average down yet. Especially when you look at this with a much grander scale, right? And yeah, then we'll just copy this box below. That'll be basically using the current range to see what's going to happen for the future. And yeah, this point is basically... Oh, let me fix that real quick. That should be right there. There you go. I got to fix all these arrows and move them over. We'll do that in a few here. But yeah, so the 1/4 point of the new box is going to be right down here. 68 and then 80. And then the 1/8 point is going to be right around here. 83. So yeah, it's going to work out pretty nicely here. Again, even if we have to average down, even if the contracts go negative, at one point contracts were up 100%, 200%. So this should be no problem. We're looking for 1,000% for these, by the way. 1,000%, we would have to basically run all the way up to about 120. Once we get to 114, 120, we should have ridiculous profit at that point. I forgot what it was at when you were at 109. I don't think I was paying attention to the value. I think it was up a pretty good amount. I just forgot. There's the picture somewhere. And then you have 124 and 133 that we're looking for. I'm just waiting for sales to hit the wire, because in terms of earnings, their next earnings is in 69 days. So what we could do here is we could wait like another 20 days and then buy something that's 40 days out that's going to expire near earnings, and then sell like 2 weeks before earnings, and then buy a new contract those last 2 weeks before earnings going into the next couple months here. That's how we could play it. In terms of an entry, right now it's a phenomenal entry. You're basically getting at a lower point than I bought. So the type of contract that you would want to buy is going to be something that expires next year. Or, depending on how much money you're willing to put into it, if you're not willing to play that safe and go that far out, like for example, 2 years out, you would spend like 200 to 400. If you go, let's just say to December, I wouldn't actually go to December. I would buy for November, and then I would sell in October. Yeah, so I would say don't really buy December contracts, buy November for Target specifically. And then we want to sell this towards the end of September, if not October, like the beginning of October. Like right before, stuff starts to get a little crazy with the holiday season. Because at that point, the run-ups, like if I show you last year, like where did Target run up? Let's look at 2024. April, you ran up and you fell all the way down to right here. In August, then you ran all the way up to the sky. And those highs in August were pretty much, that was it. September, October, you did have a high. And November, right before Black Friday, you did have another high. So we can keep that in mind, actually. You know what I'm going to do here? Watch this. Oh, wait. If you want to learn how to take pictures on your Windows computer, by the way, it's Windows key Shift and then S. And then this pops up at the top if you have Windows 10. And depending on what you're trying to do, like freeform, snip, window, full screen, or full screen is like all my screens. So I could it takes a picture of like all two screens. Actually, no, it's 3 right now. And yeah, then you just go here. I like to have the one you drag. I want to have the prices here so I can see what prices it was running up. And then you just paste it to the chart like that. And then boom. Now we have an exact reaction as to how we're going to play the rest of this year. So again, you ran up in August last year. This year, you ran up in July. You were at the high in August. So you could say you ran up in August. But you're kind of running up here in July. Like that's where a majority of the price action came from. And over here was just consolidation really in August. But then again, if you look at August 1st, you did run up all the way to the 19th, have a new high. So yeah, we'll say that was similar. And then you fall down. And then in October, you have that high here. September is that high there. So yeah, we could be on track right now for you to run up to at least 104, if not 111. Just me looking at last year's data. I still have to look at, of course, like the last 10 years to give you an accurate prediction. But no, yeah, it's not terrible. That's pretty good. This is still a really good buy. So if you guys want to buy, again, if you're buying a contract for this year, November, try to make sure your contracts are beneath 113. Anywhere beneath 113, November, January, October is going to be a little dangerous if you want to play it, but I wouldn't play it right now. I would mostly play probably like the end of September contracts. Maybe October 1st, like the first week of October, and then you could sell it towards the end of September, just in case it takes the whole month. And if we just continue to fall out the sky here, again, that could happen because of the Fed. So if the Fed does decrease rate, that's the reason why, by the way, I'm not having you guys get so much contracts far out. That's why we're buying them in delicate groups. Like some days we buy DGT, and then you have a bunch of other stocks that are oversold. But aside from those, yeah, we're just waiting for this next meeting in September, because if they don't decrease rates, I highly doubt they're going to decrease rates to at least December. They're probably just going to keep you on edge the whole entire, end of the year. And it will make the market react better for us. So don't think it's going to be bad. It's actually going to be really good for us. Like really good. Because we know how to trade that short-term craziness, right? So as you all can see, you're above the CS zone and you're above number 4. And you're pretty much holding right on top of it right now. If you do fall down, again, you're looking for this to hit right around here, which is 646.55. Not that far off. Except for SPX, they're starting to eat into the options now. Around 230. Yeah, that's about right. That sounds about perfect with yesterday and the day before. I started noticing that as well. Those options quickly change value around that time. So let's look at some SPX puts here. Instead of spending $40 for a SPY put, we could get a $15 SPX put instead. How far is this? So if we think the market's going to fall here, we think the market's going to fall potentially from 648 back down to 647. So that would be, let's say, $1.50. So that'd be these contracts. You would have to buy a 6470. Let me look at ES. Actually, let me look at SPX itself. I hope this is not the crazy chart. Actually, it is going to be the crazy chart. I think it is. Oh, no, it's not. Perfect. Excellent. Oh, yeah, I made this the other day. There we go. All right, everybody. So we're at the top. If this falls here, you're going to think this is going to fall down to at least this quarter point right here. It's 6465. 6465 currently costs $50. So we might be able to buy for a close price. And then Frost. Thank you, Louis. All right, perfect. Let me see. Oh, yeah. So we're going to give this a second here. What time is it right now? 2:33. I can still eat my food real quick and still have some time. Take a tiny little break, go outside for a second. Nvidia. Nothing changed with Nvidia so far. Euro USD. We've been long down here for the last couple of days. You got some really weird rubber banding. Look at this. So you're just stuck inside that range right there, which is also stuck inside this range, right? You could say that's the low, that's the high. And then you could say that's also stuck within this range. So as you can see, it's just a really weird, like, Russian doll. And then you get the point. I'm not going to keep doing it, but I just wanted to draw that right there because that looks kind of funny, actually. So when you hit the top here, you consolidate it towards that top line, hit almost towards the bottom, towards the top here, towards the bottom, fully hit a new bottom, created it, launched up to here, then consolidate it right down the top. So on the smaller triangles, it looks like you might still increase your size here, especially if you fall now. Smaller triangle might become something like this here. Especially if you hold on that other line at the bottom. So yeah, you would still be fixing them as it falls lower and lower. But for now, you get the idea. Alright, excellent. Let's get off of Euro now. Let's go see how that those boxes do in a couple days here. SPY, you're right about at the perfect point here. In terms of your 164th point. It's currently what you just passed right now. And then for the weekly, you're at the, what is that? That's the 1/4 point. So this right there would be, that right there would be the 1/8 point. And then you have the 1/16 point. Yeah, so you're literally on the weekly 1/16 point and on the monthly 1/64 point. In terms of the yearly, we would have to check the other chart, which we'll do when we come back, everybody. Before we're here for another 2 hours. Again, we still average down just one time at 13. So now we have 3 contracts in total. Up here, we're going to have another 4. Average down for $3 to $4. Bring our average from 21 straight down to 19. Then 12. Then 9. And once we get to around $9, we'll see how much contracts we need to buy in order for us to get it that low. I'm thinking it's just going to be around 4 to 5 more. So we'll have around 7 to 8 contracts in total. Kind of like yesterday when we averaged down. which is perfect. We're not going over a crazy limit, you know. I remember there was days where I would be getting like 50 contracts at first, and I'd then have to buy like another 100 contracts, and I'd then have to buy like another 200 contracts. It was ridiculous, especially with the SPY 0 days. All right, everybody. So give me a few here. I'm going to leave you on this chart. Remember, these are your reversal points. I could put number 5 here just so everybody can see it. That's number 5. That's number 4. And then this down here is number 3. So that's, yeah, 3, 4, 5. And then you could still run up to number 6. Once you've run up to number 6, we could play the puts going right back down to here. So again, if you run up that high and you go up to number reversal point number 6 and you just blast past number 5, the first thing we're going to look for is you to fall down pretty much double the range you fell over here. Because again, we want to see the trend start to snap and start to change directions, and we might just have to wait until 3. So yeah, I think you'll be good with these charts right here. What we could also do is, what else can we do here? Or can we have a better chart? Let me see. Should I give you the weekly boxes? That's basically this chart right here. What is this box? I'm not too sure why I have this here. Oh, because I was measuring that range. So that's the future range potentially. Yeah, right there. So we'll leave that to the side. In terms of the 1/8 point, that's right there. So that's the 650s. You're right above the previous weekly high. Last time you fell straight down to 632. Ran up to the high. Went slightly above it. Fell down to 633, 634. Actually, you didn't hit 633. So over here you hit 632. Over here you hit 634. So I mean, if it's following its own pattern in terms of downside, you could just hit 638 next time. 634. Because 636 is the obvious next one, of course. But just in case trends are changing, you could hit 638. So you would put your point like right here, 637. You could buy right in between. And then for the equal reaction, yeah, we would look at this box here. Perfect. Okay, now this makes a lot more sense. Yeah, this chart is really useful, but it's more for a weekly perspective, and we're trading 0 days right now, so we're not going to use this one. Reversal points we could use. Supply and demand zones we could use as well, but they're kind of like a little bare right now. I still got to fix up some parts of it. We also got to copy this over to the other chart as well now. Control copy. The market's not taking as long as it used to take to consolidate in terms of just these directions. So if you run up to number 5 here, just be very careful, everybody. We're going to add another 4 more, which are going to be around $3 to $4, which is going to cost around basically 16, you could say. Which is not bad. That'll be a total cost of 70 for the contracts. Which is not bad at all, because remember the first one we bought was at 36. So to have a total cost of 70s and an average of around 11 to 9 at the time, potentially. We got to see exactly how far it's going to drop. But I'm thinking around like 11 to 9 is the average of these contracts. And yeah, this is still moving absolutely phenomenal. There's going to be a couple things we have to do for our notes today, because I already could see one thing that we could improve for next week. And it's just off of the idea that we told everybody yesterday. So it's pretty pretty nice to see that one of the new ideas that we had actually ended up being one of the primary ways this market took shape in terms of the actual trend here. It was very similar to last week, basically. It's just that downside right there was not even close. In fact, it was like, that's like a 1/8 drop, a 1/16 drop in terms of size, which is usually something that I would, the only time I would sell a contract if it drops this much here is if my contracts are up 50%, or maybe around 20 I could put a stop loss. So 50, 100%, I'm out, I'm gone. That's normally how I trade with these contracts. Or SPX, if I was trading SPX and I had puts up here, I would definitely sell like right down here. That's when I would start selling it. So in terms of the SPY 0 days, the contract we bought was still the 644s. So yeah, I think we could, let's just take this box here. Everything is still perfect. Just wanted to go over everything one more time. Because why not, right? It's always safer that way. I don't know how I keep losing this thing. There you go. So that's your next CS zone. So again, the only time you're going to buy calls on top is when you actually hit number 5. So if you don't hit number 5, you're not going to be buying calls on the top of this. And the reason why is because of number 5 being so important in terms of a reversal point. Head and shoulders on the SPY. Are the contracts same day? That's correct. Contracts are still same day contracts, everybody. The reason why we chose to play with specifically the 0 days was just due to the fact that you're not at a level where we want to play a 5-day. That's going to be at 650, 651, and then, so basically only 651, 654, 656, 659. You have 4 different levels where you could play some easy 5-day puts. So that's our plan. All right, everybody. Sounds good? Sounds like a plan? I'll see you guys in a little bit here. Message me if you want to speak to me, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, I have returned from my great voyage. We currently have a 647 put. Just bought a single one. And we're going to use this to cover any losses from the Mumu, because we no longer can average down. I keep forgetting the Mumu doesn't allow you to average down after 3. So we'll start to use the Mumu account a little bit differently tomorrow. I'll write it down. And then with Weeble, we just use Weeble whenever it comes to the 3 o'clock trades, like from 3 to 4. Or 3 to 40. No, 3 to 340. My bad. So everybody got the picture, right? On Discord. Let me see. Let me make sure. Oh, yeah. Okay, perfect. The midpoint's exactly at 645.78. No, 645.85. So if we fall down near the midpoint, I probably see us falling down to 646.20. Which means that's 1, 2, 1, 2. So yeah, we bought these contracts for 18. We should be able to sell it for $80 to $100. So we should make back all of our losses with just a single trade. That's the beauty of trading these 0 days, is you only need a single one, and it could equate to the same value of, 8 contracts, 10 contracts. So yeah, worst comes to worst, we'll just be break even for that one account. We still haven't played with the $1 million account yet. We still got that in the back burner. We're still waiting. The only time I'm going to play with that $1 million account, just so we don't have no losses, is pretty much once we run up to the 650s. Give me 1 second, I'm getting a call. All right, let's get this party rocking and rolling. Yo, the weather right now outside, let me tell ya, is beautiful. Absolutely amazing. Come on, Spy, break your legs. We're going to buy a 1 day call. This is going to be amazing. This is going to be phenomenal. We just got to get you to fall down. Yeah, No, yeah, that's not my Discord. That's the reason why. But yeah, I'd seen your message. I seen your message on Patreon already. After the day is done, I'll go ahead and send you a request, and then we'll just go from there. Boom, everybody. Let's see what's next. Currently, the options are up 13%. Again, I want to sell this for basically around 300 to 400%. That's the goal. All right, everybody, we're up 20%. Now back to 13. Just keep it waiting. Keep it cool, everybody. Keep it cool. Yeah, Moo. I don't know what's good with Moo. I don't know why they don't allow us to average down that last 30 minutes. That's a little stupid in my opinion. Because I could have sworn I was trading on Moo till 340, 330 not too long ago. I got to check some of the Moo trades, like when we were blowing up some of the small accounts. I could have sworn we were. Let's see. Let's search it up on ChatGPT. Let's see if it can help us out here. What brokers? How do I trade the... That should be good enough for it to answer and give me a proper reason here. Okay, so
My first shrimp on Weeple, man. I had to run over there and get the foot on the 747. I had to pay $20 for it. I was hating, man. If it come down like it's supposed to, it's gonna be peanuts forever.
exactly. Yep. Because remember, every time we trade, it's just an idea of one, following the weekly ideas from last week, and then, like we always say, you're driving down a straight path, and you're looking at all the different lanes, all the different streets that are on the side, just to make sure you're going down the right path. And that's what the puts are, basically. The puts are us taking a side street. Or it's kind of like one of the cars that's following us. It's kind of like it's going down that street just to make sure everything's good down there.
I feel like a lot of people they finna start selling their cars at 648. And then it's 648, but still clear it out. All we need is it to drop a little bit and everybody else gonna start taking profit.
Yep.
We gonna come in. Locked in, man. So I'm guessing they just gonna hold these chess games infinite until
So we finished them. I'm about to put my I'm about to make my move right now.
I'm looking at your move, say massage the clock. Yeah, go ahead. Nah, it's a wrap, man. That went over with, man. You in a bad position.
Nah, I really am. Yeah, shit's not good. Shit's not good right now. Nah, yeah, that just messed everything up. I messed up like 2 moves right there in a row, and it was just like, that's it. Now the other side can operate on solely offense. Literally, yep. Because that's the funniest part about chess. It's like, there's 2 different ways to play it. There's purely defensively and purely offensively. And if you can actually, you know, I mean, I wouldn't know what the exact style is, because like I said, I haven't taken this that far yet. I've only had a few games, honestly. Probably like, maybe I could check on chess.com. Actually, let me see if they record the amount of games I played. I think I only played like 50 games in total.
They do. I checked you out. I was
Let me see. How many names have games have I played all time? Oh, yeah, 173 games. So this is over the course of, I think, yeah, just the last year I had 120 games. I had a good streak at one point, but then, like I said, it started to get a little bit boring. I started to forget about it a lot. But shit, now that we have a couple more people in here, this should be fun.
Yeah, the rest. Just, you know, we waiting on the move. Hey, sometimes we like all that constant consolidation. Take your mind off the market, man. Lower your anxiety for a second. And watch your numbers.
Oh, 100%. That's why it's so integral for us to have these other things, you know, in the background running.
I learned that from you, man. You're like, man, let's see what that don't even worry about. Don't even worry. So like I said, when I get into an option now, it's like you said, I look the down cost. Okay, if it goes down, this is exactly what I'm going to buy in at. I learned that that's something else to talk. Chill out, man. Don't even worry about it. Look down cost, what happens to the contract.
It took me a while to learn that too, because I used to be tripping. I used to be so anxious all the time.
Right, maybe down cost early. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
30%, you'll be like, man, I'm gonna buy another one, man. No, let it go all the way down so you can get that lower. Yeah, like I say, 60, 75% is the down cost.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. That's a good rule of thumb.
Because then at the end of the day, you're gonna end up having the same amount of contracts every single time you need to average down. Some days you'll average down once or twice. Some days you'll average down 3 times. And yeah, that's pretty much it. As long as you average down properly each time by doubling the contracts, you always end up going at least break even during that day or during the next day. I've seen it happen like every single time to me at least. Like the market always gives you an opportunity. It really does. It's just you gotta take your time. Be patient. Like, for example, we knew the market could have done something like this today, which is why we went out for the 646 calls, because now you're already $2 in the money. So it's pretty much, that was the best option to play at that given moment, you know? That's how I look at it, at least. Even till now. So yeah, we'll see exactly how this plays out here.
One of these plays with full confidence.
There we go.
There it is, man. It's either gonna be a profit, it's gonna be a loss. Either way, I'm ready to beat.
And the craziest thing is, because of our wins from yesterday, us just playing on this one account is... So even with the losses in mind with the first contracts, like with the 644s, with those puts, even if those result in a loss, the reality is that we only use $70.
I feel like it's the market gonna get to at least 646, but that's gonna be that'll be $100. You know what I mean? Like you said, you go small.
Yep. Actually, no, we didn't even use $70. We only used 60.
Yeah, well, you did. I had to buy the last. I bought the 647. Which one?
Yeah, that's 20. So yeah, we're in the market for 80 right now. Exactly. Yep. With the last one.
Would be nice to get a $4
Yo, if we get a shutdown at the end of the day, this thing is gonna be insane. I'm telling you. I feel like it's gonna be the downside. It could just stay put here, and then overnight we crash, right? That could definitely be the case as well. But yeah, I really want to see if this is gonna crash during the end of the day, because now we have Weeble. We could still buy. Even I think right now is actually when we cannot buy no more. So that kind of sucks, because I want to see if we could buy a call once it fell out the sky. But yeah, some days you don't get all the entries, you know. Some days it's just like that. But because of like what you said earlier, Louis, because of the way we average down, it causes us to slow down the market so much that the anxiety is just always completely removed.
I'm not worried about it at all. I feel like I almost know it's 30. People, they don't start just, this don't even been around. I'm 10 minutes before market close, and then I'll go to the last 15 minutes. It'll be alright, man.
Yep. So this is what I'm thinking right now, right? When we end up going to this this little event that I'm holding, because again, I'm not too sure exactly when I'm gonna hold it, but you could say within the last, like probably 1 month to 3 months of this month, not this month, this year. So like probably like October, November, December. I think we might plan the trip with all of us. We'll probably plan it for like next year, January, next year, February. So we'll plan it like 5 to 6 months ahead of time. And it's going to be about a week long to 2 weeks long. Cause I don't want to take up too much time of people's, you know, breaks, especially if they spend their breaks with their family, like for vacations. I'd much rather you spend that with your family, honestly. So I wouldn't worry about this trip. There's going to be plenty more later on. But the intention of this is I want you guys to see how I trade in person. I feel like if you guys see me trade in person over the course of a week, it's over. You'll start to learn how I update my charts every night. Imagine like a boot camp. You know what I mean? 6 a.m. sharp, you're up. We're at the beach fixing the charts, trading, because the market's already open at that time. In Hawaii, the market closes at 9 a.m. So by the time we finish with the market, by the time we're done with everything, it's like we have the whole entire day to explore, just the whole entire island. And we have plenty of time to plan the charting. We can even do Forex trades, of course, which is what I'm intending on doing as well. Because think about it. With a $10,000 account, I can show you how to turn that into 100K within at least a week. 100%. So if you got 1,000, I could show you how to turn that to 10,000 within a week. Because think about it. Me just doing 3 simple trades with the market going against me in those moments, I was only up around 3,000. One of those moments, I could have been up 6,000, and then that second moment, I would have been up 4,000. So my account, instead of it being only 16K right now for 3 trades, I would have been around 21,000, if not 22,000, if we had perfectly executed it. So there's still some room on the table that we can, you know, we could have gained some profit. And that's the learning lesson, you know? I swear to God, you keep closing in that gap every single time you notice there's a way for you to learn and get better. Before you even know it, it's just like there's nothing the market could do that's surprising. Even the market going up against us right now. Yep, literally. Exactly, yep. I think we started a different type of game, Louis, on chess.com. There we go, the 3-day one. There we go. Alright, so let me see if I can remember how I used to play before. I completely forgot. I didn't record it or take videos or take notes. I was just playing just to play, just to have like initial level of experience. I kept going against the Magnus bot. And yo, that Magnus bot, I be feeling like I'm getting jumped when I play against him.
Man, the way he thinks, right? Yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah, that's so real, man.
Let me see. Let me run a quick game with him real quick. And then we're going to go back from this practice match. Let's see. Because there's only like a certain set of moves that you could do in the beginning. The amount of moves are infinite, yes. But like the amount of ways that a game could end, theoretically, is infinite, yeah.
That's what it is, right? Especially with games, you know, going to game farm board, that's like what the most. And you know, man, you got some gamers that everybody get on like four zones. You have one this weekend, then you know, you guys on the politics.
Staring at $1 million and next cost a fortune. But yeah, so in terms of the event we're gonna hold, this is my thoughts. This is my idea, right? So a lot of the Hawaiians, they obviously understand that basically there's a bunch of rich individuals who are trying to buy over their land, and unfortunately they can't pay for it, so their land is getting like taken over. So what I was thinking was, if I can create an environment where I have my group come, I teach, you know, everybody here, we have an event, everybody's in person, everybody has a computer or a laptop or a screen. Now listen, everybody, I don't have enough capital right now to be able to buy everybody's screens at this location, so what we're probably going to do is have a couple monitors where you can see the different companies, different stocks, have somebody, you know, using 2 or 3 of the other computers, and then I'm using the main one, and you guys can see what I'm planning as well as what other, you know, 2 other people are trying to do in the background. That's my main intention right now. I want to see if we can have me do my own thing, and then I want to have these 2 other individuals who are part of this Discord also up front doing their own thing as well. And yeah, I think that would be a really good environment for everybody to learn. But like I said, I want to have the locals there too. So I want to have half us, half locals, is my intention.
That'd be the way to help out, man. I know they still recovering from the fires.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a different island, right? So that basically most of that island got burnt down. So let me show you right now on Google Maps. I just can't go on this account because for some reason, yeah, like literally, one of the whole islands, like not the whole entire thing, but like pretty much most of it, honestly.
And I was seeing like a line, it was like, it's funny how the lower income area of the island got burned down. Meanwhile, the upper class area is basically untouched.
So look, let me show you this. Watch this. This is Google Earth. I don't know if you guys have ever used this. You should try if you never used it yet. So this is Google Earth. So when you fly to Hawaii, this is how they make you fly. And then I'll show you how you fly to Japan. So when I fly from New York, usually they make me stop in LA. And then from there, usually they have you travel up to Alaska, where you're still in US territory. You're still in US territory, and then boom, now you're in Russian territory. And you basically are in Russian territory until you land in Japan. So like that's for Japan. For Hawaii, usually it's just from LA straight to over here. Now, what is this? The island that burned down was, I believe, this one. Yeah, that's why it looks like that. As you can see. Like, look at that one and look at this one over here. This is just farmland right there. This is the island I'm going to have everybody go to. A lot of greenery. Looks absolutely beautiful. And this is the island that burnt down. So as you can see, this... I mean, just look at this from here. Look at Google Earth. All these houses gone. Look at that. There's only a few communities left that didn't get burnt down. And... yeah, everything else pretty much got burnt off the map. The reason why I think they did this is because, yeah, they're trying to buy up the land. They're going to buy up the land for a very cheap price. The people there are not going to be able to pay for it. they're gonna be able to set up more outposts, but it's kind of ridiculous because you don't need more outposts. The U.S. military already has this whole entire island right here, the one we're gonna go to. Half of it's like chopped off by military. Like over here, yo, you know what's crazy? You guys are gonna call me crazy. So I literally went up to the military base and I asked them if I could use their observatory tower. And they said, please turn around and leave. Nah, yeah, because I seen they have an observatory tower at the top. And Hawaii has one of the highest elevations on the planet. So when you're in Hawaii at night and you're in one of these observatory towers, you get to see a crazy amount of stars and stuff. Like it looks literally like there's no atmosphere. There's no city pollution. And I forgot what island it was, but one of the islands in Hawaii, there's a certain location where if you go to that mountain and you hike it, the clouds are actually below you. So it looks like you're standing on like a cloud world. I think that's on the big island though. I'm telling you, I would set up the whole trip. If y'all want to actually go from, I was thinking about we could just stay on one island, but honestly, we can go island hopping and just go from like one island to another island. We just take like a boat ride. We don't have to take a plane. 'Cause I think a boat ride would be more, a plane would be faster, yes, but I feel like a boat ride would be more fun because we could trade on that boat. If it's during the day, obviously we're not gonna be able to trade, so who knows? It depends on how much the flight is. Because you know, even if it's $100 and we got 100 people, that's that's a lot of money. That thing's gonna add up pretty quick, especially with taxes and then whatnot. Still possible though, still very possible. So again, the market right now. Let's go back to the reversal chart. Number 6 is coming up very shortly here. Again, we have $80 in the market in total right now. Just $80, which is less than how much we made yesterday. As long as we consistently follow that same pattern, it is impossible for us to truly ever lose money. Because we're only using a quarter, 10%, sometimes half of the capital from just the previous day, not even the previous week. It's the best part. Alrighty, so we got this planned. We still have this option. You finally hit the yellow line, which is the midpoint of the diagonal range. If you get above this yellow line, you're going to launch straight up to number 7. So we'll just wait for it to happen. At that point, we'll see if the market's still going to fall once it hits the 650s. And then tomorrow, we'll just continue to play the trends going up. Right now, you're at 649. So remember, you could still gap up tomorrow. That's the one thing you have to remember. You could still potentially gap up. And it's just due to the fact that the market wants to run to the new high. So remember, when you open up at a new high on Monday, or not Monday, but tomorrow, which is Friday, the first thing we're going to do is play those puts depending on what level you're at. So if you're at 651, we could play the puts. If you're anywhere below 651, we're not going to play the puts tomorrow. We're just going to wait for this to drop and then play the calls going back up. Just like we did today in the morning. We didn't play puts here. Waited, play calls here. Sold them up here. We'll keep a runner tomorrow. And that's all we have to do. And then we'll play some puts right at that same point, right around number 4. Just like how we did with 3 and 4 today. We could do the same thing tomorrow. Especially if you're going to launch up to number 6 today. Again, that's just going to ruin the trend for tomorrow, so it's perfect. We're still going to have upside, of course. You still have the opportunity for that. But there's definitely going to be some opportunities for the downside as well now. Especially if you go up to 654, 656. And that's all, everybody. That is all. So again, for tomorrow, because we have most of the data we've seen today, the first thing you're going to do tomorrow, just in case, let's just say I wake up a little bit late. You're going to play the puts going down from 651 right back down to 649. If you don't drop down beneath 651 and you buy a 649 put, the second you get back above 651, you're going to play calls to 654. 655, you're going to sell it. 656, you're going to buy another put for you to fall down to 648. The same level that you're going to play puts to if you open up at 651 tomorrow. So you're still playing puts to the same level. Power hour push. Looks like we're getting the same type of upside. But then again, power hour started at 3 o'clock, so I wouldn't say power hour push. It's just a continuation of the trend, right? Like yesterday, for example, we told everybody the market needs to run to 650. Just because you hit this low, and if you hold on that same low as over here, you're going to launch up to a new high. So now we're just waiting for the new high. Let it get a little bit above that. Play the puts going right back down to hold the support. And then go long again for this to actually run up to a new high again. Because the trends are tightening. They're getting smaller and smaller and smaller. You're not taking as long to drop and to go up, as you could tell. 2 days down. 1 day. 2 days up. So tomorrow we can have a down day. It just depends on where you're at, you know. What I'm thinking is going to happen is you're going to potentially gap up tomorrow. That's like the most likely thing for you to do right now, is to gap up to 650, like 652. Fill some of the gap and then run up to 654, 655. Then potentially fall. If not, fall from 657, 656. And you're still looking for 648. So same level, right? Just like that. And then remember, we're going to look at the 649 calls just to see how that idea turned out as well. We're just going to let this run up. We still got plenty of time before we look at those calls. Same calls we were referring to when we said if you get above 647.13, which is number 4 on the reversal points that we're going to focus on. We needed this to fall down to number 5 though, or at least hold that number 4 again perfectly after hitting number 5. Again, we're still holding the same puts. Yeah, that's pretty nice. The 646 puts, or 646 calls, they ended up going to 310 from 18. So that's almost up around 2,000% just for a 0-day call, just due to the fact that you ran $4. Actually, was it 4? No, it was $6. So because you ran 6, those options went up about almost 2,000%, which is about right. It's about right, because a $3 run up is about 1,000%. So it's pretty much, it's still perfectly following the exact way you used to move on 2021 when you used to do big moves. Pretty much the same thing. Nothing has changed, honestly, which is kind of weird to me because, you know, SPY's worth more. It's not worth 400 or 500 like how it was back then, but you're still doing the same dollar for dollar move. So it's kind of like, as you start to increase your value, the trends are not really changing too much. They're kind of still around the same range in terms of the profit you can gain. And of course, what do we claim? We just want to claim every single day at least 100%. So if we factor in our gain from this morning, our gain from earlier, just so you all understand, technically We're actually only in for the market for that extra $20 at the end of the day, that $18 plus 30. So how much is that? That is $48 in terms of a loss. That's the most we could lose in a single day today, which is perfect. $48, and yet we made about 4 times that yesterday. This damn fly. Options are still at around $4 right now. We're going to still hold it. We're going to give this the opportunity to crash right back down to the 200 here. 645.10. It's about a $4 drop. $4 drop would still allow our contracts to go up to around 60, 62? 62 to $86. That's how much we could sell these contracts, and currently they're around 40. 4, not 40. So yeah, we bought it for 18. They currently dropped to 4. I want to see if we could sell these for around 60 to 80 within the last 10 minutes here. And then we're going to have the same idea for tomorrow's close as well. We're going to play the puts at the end of the day tomorrow. We're going to look at more companies, so let's just take a second to look at one company only. This is going to be beautiful. Let's look at the puts real quick overnight. I want to see something. I want to see how their prices change. Snapchat is basically causing us to be nicely profitable there. That's $58. Yeah, this is perfect. This is perfect. 78 plus the initial 30. That's going to be just minus $31. So tomorrow we're just going to make back the $31 with one trade. And then once we make that back, the next thing we're going to do is aim for another cheaper option around the 15s or 10s, just to keep blowing up these small accounts. We did 3 in one day yesterday. Today, all we did was use the more expensive one, which was like it was like the account we started 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I think. Around the same time we were posting on Moomoo. So we were just using that small account. And then yesterday we had the $4 account go to 200. We had the $10 account go to 30. So the next thing we want to do here is take that $200 account and take it to 1,000. Today we didn't use that one. We were waiting for this to actually hit 650. And then once you hit 654, boom, we'll get into that account. Take it from 200 to around 6 to potentially 400 maybe. We'll have to see how much we take it to in a single day. It depends. And then after we take it to 4 to 600, we'll dump it back into the calls once you fall. And then play for you to run up to a quarter point, which will be very close. So from the 600, we'll probably take it to around 8 to 900. And then we'll start using a very low amount of capital until you hit the 660s. So every single time you hit a new multiple, a new number, a new area, new level, you're going to play puts at certain areas at certain times. And you're going to average down with those plays at the same certain times, right? Everything is just independent. And then we got those puts right there at number 5. You hit number 6. Usually this is a move that you would have done in the first 30 minutes, the first hour. So since it took you all day to do this again, tomorrow what we're going to do is look for puts going right back down to the 200 moving average. And then we're going to see if you drop below it. Because then we'll play calls to go above it again. Once we get above it, we'll sell out. Once you're about $1 above it, $2 above it. And then we'll start playing the puts going right back below it, going even lower. Because again, if you can't pass 649, usually when you hit a 9, the next day you gap up. You got an in the money option, but Moo forced liquidator for me. You have insufficient money to buy SPY. I'm not too sure. In terms of the liquidation settings that SPY has on Moo, I never really have a problem with them. I had a problem, like, I think two times. Yesterday was a problem, honestly, because we were trying to sell it, and then it was at like $100, but we sold it for 50. So I didn't want to sell at 100 for Moo. But yeah, sometimes it happens. My guess is that there's so much orders that are hitting the wire. If it passes by your price or where you want to buy, it pretty much just skips over it, fails it, and then you have to re-enter a new position. Yeah, just make sure you always use a low amount, just in case that there is a situation that pops up. But why would someone put $1,000 into the SPY options? Did somebody? Apparently, I think somebody put $1,000 to the SPY puts. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Yeah, no. Mm-hmm. Peep the signs. We'll break down some of the entries right after I eat a little bit more food. Remember, if anybody needs to talk to me, if you need to set up your charts, be sure to set up your charts with me. Be sure to call me, and then we'll go from there. No, yeah, if you didn't sell any trades till now, and you're not gonna sell it at all, and you can't sell it, that is gonna be a full loss. That's exactly why we told everybody in the morning before the market opened up, as well as last night when the market closed. We told everybody to only buy one contract the next day. One contract at a time. And then when you see me average down, just average down the same amount that I do. That way your losses are going to be the same as mine, which means one contract tomorrow is going to make back all those losses. So a single play from tomorrow is going to clear everything. Which means a second play, third play, fourth play, fifth play. I'm sure you can understand. There's no need to worry about a single thing, honestly. Especially when you're always using a low amount of capital. If you're using a lot of capital, just recognize that it's not the time to be doing that, you know? It's just not the time, especially with how I'm trying to teach you guys. I need you guys to learn to be able to control, you know, just your feelings. And when you're playing only one option at a time, that's how you perfectly control it. Nothing's ever going to be weird and all over the place and chaotic. It's going to be just like today, fully controlled, even when the market's going against us. It's the best part. So every other day is pretty much the same thing as today, you know? All right, everybody.
Gotta remind you, the goal today was not to take a loss. We said that yesterday. We said if we did take a loss today, we are absolutely, positively, definitely not going to take a loss tomorrow. So tomorrow, all our trades got to be some of the best trades.
There we go.
I gotta remind you of it, man. You did say it yesterday. You remember saying it, son?
Of course. That's the reality. No, it's not just yesterday. It's every day. That's how it always is. Like Monday last week and then look at Tuesday. Like if you compare Monday of last week, the last time we took a loss, with the next day, which was Tuesday, gigantic difference. Friday we lost some profit. If you look at Monday, again, gigantic difference. Not this week, of course, because Monday was closed, but last week Monday, and then last week Tuesday. Yeah, it's pretty much the same pattern every time. It's a funny coincidence, honestly. That's what I call it.
The market will always be the market. You think you got it figured out, you got it mastered, that's the market. So,
But even in terms of, by the way, just so you know, even in terms of just the losses today, what did I say the market was going to do yesterday? What did I say the market was going to do when you hit 633?
you said it's gonna run up.
Exactly.
It's gonna run up.
So when we're playing these puts, it's not about making profit here. All these puts were insurance puts. Every single one of these, all day today. Same thing with the calls. It was just insurance calls. So you hit 650. We're gonna sell out, get some puts, hop into another call, play the weight going right back up. If you go straight up to 650, we specifically said wait for 654, and then we'll play the puts going right back down. So all the things that you're doing right now is pretty much what we said 3 days ago and 2 days ago. So for those of you still holding those calls, just make sure you take some profit tomorrow and start to look for some downside. That's the first thing I would say. But yeah, it was really phenomenal. The idea is perfectly worked out. And again, this is what we need in order for us to actually become a lot better. You need to have days like today where we had a plan 3 days ago. We were using just insurance. We knew the market was going to do something. We played the opposite direction. We had some losses here and there. Now, why do we have those losses, right? We break it down. We see what we could do better for next week. Next time you fall, and it's more than like $3 to $6. And that's it. You'll see. You'll see as time progresses here. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is the funnest thing in the world, because when you play games, it's like after you get to a certain point, there's no improvement that's going to be made, you know? There's just no more improvement. It's kind of like you reach a standstill in that game, and that's it. That's the end of the game. With this, it's like there's no standstill. There's always so much to learn, and that's the best part. It honestly is. Even with the supply and demand zones right now, we should be able to create some new zones tomorrow. We just gotta wait and see, of course. Let me see on this chart. I don't think we created anything today. Yeah, no, we didn't create nothing today. And then last time on the 15 minute, yeah, there was not enough candlesticks over here for you to actually create a new zone. So yeah, we'll see if you create a new zone tomorrow into the 640s, 650s. We already have all of these planned and pretty much chopped up, so it's perfect. And then remember, let's go to those blue boxes that we talked about this morning, everybody. Remember what I told you? I think everybody remembers. That's the reason why we had a circle right there. Also, look at my drawing in the background. We made this one when you were over here. So before you actually went to this low. So we could have updated it, but we didn't. We just left it from over here. And so far, it's kind of like you did the opposite. Isn't that funny? So whatever I had drawn, if you look at what the market had truly done, it literally did the opposite of what I drew. And that's when I started realizing, holy shit. The ideas that one may have, the market could do the opposite of it. So if you always have an idea for upside and you flip it, flip the same idea. That's exactly what the downside could do. And it started making more and more sense when I started doing it more and more. Like, I don't think you can let me see. Yeah, you can't really copy it unless I use the bar pattern. So as you could tell, look, I mean, just look how crazy that is. Look at from here to here, which is how much I measured. And then look at from here to here. This is how much I measured. You did the same exact thing when you fell from here to here. So in terms of the distance, in terms of the speed, it was literally the same thing in terms of what you did. Look at that. The same size I drew here was the same size you did from here to here. Going right back up to here. And in terms of the upside, look at the yellow line and look at my green line. It's almost perfectly mimicking each other in terms of size and distance. So that's what I'm saying. Tomorrow you're probably going to gap up, hold on top of the blue, and then start to go up towards this midpoint here where we're going to play puts. All right, everybody, let's take a little break here. Let's pop back on around an hour, maybe an hour, 30 minutes. and then we're gonna make our plans for tomorrow. Again, we have over 100 companies we need to look over, so make sure you take your time. And again, those of you who need to create your trading styles, the one thing I always tell people is if you don't have at least 3 of my trading styles on your screen, expect yourself to lose money. So if there's some of you who need to finish some of these trading styles, just recognize, I doubt you're ever going to be profitable, honestly, unless you do actually copy my trading styles. So if you need me to help you with them tonight, or right now, again, just give me a call, text me, let's fix them up, and let's keep going forward here. Remember, if you don't have the trading styles done, even if you only have 1 of them, that's not good enough. You need at least 3 to 4. Otherwise, you're just going to always be losing money. So the first one I taught you all was the weekly boxes. That's just 1. The next thing I taught you all was wedges. The third thing I taught you all was King's Point. And again, this is publicly. This is not just my Discord. The Discord, they have way more, of course, information. But in terms of publicly, this is what I taught. Boxes, diagonals, King's Point, and then EMA and 200 moving average movement. As well as, of course, cash account. Supply and demand, I have it on my YouTube, but honestly, people just think it's too much work, so people just don't do it. That's what I've recognized. Louis, you're the only person, I'm telling you, who has joined my Discord and done the supply and demand zones before I told him to. I haven't had one other person.
Supply and demand zone, that's fine. CS is good on consolidation day. The angle dart I use the weekly buy. I use all the dart. I do monthly buy, yearly buy. The supply and demand zone.
That's a really good recipe right there.
Yeah, you want water.
Because then you have this, you have that, you have the King's Point, you have the CS zones, you have the reversal points, and then you have supply and demand zones. I think we might have to go over reversal points with you, but
Yeah, I gotta do a first. Those videos, I'm on. Let's do it first.
the section on the Discord for reversal points, by the way, is silo fibs.
Yeah, I don't fit.
So yeah, today was absolutely amazing. It did everything we wanted it to a couple days ago. You hit that low. We told everybody, if you hit a low and you do not go lower, you're going to go to a new high. And boom, look at that. So now since you're at a new high, if you barely go above that new high and you get stuck at 651, you could literally get stuck up to 653. If you don't go above 653, technically, you're supposed to play puts right there, because that's $4 higher, which is the psychological rule that we've developed throughout the years. So yeah, 653, I probably will buy like a 0-day put, honestly. And then at 656, I'm gonna buy probably a 5-10 day put, and I'm gonna throw like around 500 to 2,000 into it, right at that exact point at 654. If not, honestly, no, yeah, 653 will get the 0-day, 656 will get the 5 to 10 day put. Because every single time you hit a 6, you crash. I kid you not. I don't know why, but it just keeps happening. You've been doing it ever since you hit 590, 596. So you already did it 5 times in a row. I think you could do it the 6th time in a row too.
6 and 6. 6 and 6. Why would they stop on the 6?
And if we lose that $2,000, again, we'll spend the next day to 2 days making it back. We'll be in recovery mode. And then once we're done with recovery mode, we'll start looking for scaling. Because again, we got to scale.
What's recovery mode?
Recovery mode is basically... shit. This option's not going to work out. That's basically what recovery mode is. No. Revenge trading is only for those who think surface level. At a higher level, there's no such thing as revenge trading because it's not an opportunity for you to get into. If it's an opportunity, of course, it's an opportunity. But That's pretty much what recovery mode is. Once you realize that the opportunity is starting to depreciate in terms of the possibilities, you start to instantly think of the opposing side. So, all right, I get a call. Yeah, basically, yeah. And that's all you're doing every single time, every single day. It's like you're shifting between being fully on the attack and then fully on defensive mode, just like people play chess. That's why when I was learning how to play chess, I was like, wait a second. If I inject the way I've learned how to trade the stock market, in theory, I could be one of the best chess players in the world. In theory. Literally. There's always a blind spot. There's always something you got to look for to potentially watch out. And if you know that something could take you out from you making that move or you making that idea, like you got to be three moves ahead of time. Sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 10 moves ahead of time. And every single time we trade SPY, just like yesterday, it's 3 to 5, 6 moves ahead of SPY. It's not too far ahead where we start tripping and tumbling on our own feet, but it's far enough where we can actually, articulate the perfect path every single time. And again, it's only due through us making these weekly boxes. Like on this chart, there's nothing here. I turned everything off, but if I turn it on again, you'll see that these weekly boxes are so very important. Like for instance, when you ran up here, you hit the 116th point. When you fell down that same day, the next day you hit the 116th point. So today, at the beginning of the day, we hit the 1/8 point. And you did not hit the next 1/8 point. So the one thing I'm starting to recognize is the bullishness is dying. Like whoever's buying calls and whoever's buying upside right now, they don't really want to be buying upside. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but it is massively dying. That's why you keep dropping out the sky every couple days now, all of a sudden. So that's a good thing because that means the bigger downside is going to start to kick in. And when the bigger downside kicks in, that's my favorite time to make money. Right there, that's how we're going to start tripling and quadrupling our accounts, is when a big move happens, because we're already ready to buy at that lower level. In fact, we're waiting for that lower level to buy. Because you already hit the mid levels, which is 633. So for Joe's jobless claims, it's important, but it's not that important. The most important thing is, so you have Joe's job openings. What I meant was initial jobless claims. Initial jobless claims was today. The number was 229K. Let me tell you something. You know what the Fed keeps doing, right? Pay attention to just this right here. Screw ISM, screw PMI, screw all the speakers, screw everything else. Just look at initial jobless claims. Just look at this one number every single month, and you're going to start to recognize how they keep playing with everybody. Because watch, next month is going to be like, 5,000. They're going to be like, oh my God, there's a revision. We got to change it. Because that's what they did 3 months ago. That's what they did 6 months ago. That's what they did 9 months ago. They keep doing it like every other couple months. And my guess is that since the initial jobless claims was basically right next to the forecast and the consensus, it's not that far off, it didn't cause that major switch up in terms of the price action, which is what I was looking for today. And now, yeah, that's just the way news is sometimes. Sometimes news needs to apply a little bit more pressure, because I already know that they're going to start messing up. I already know they play with this number. I already know they start to revise it every single time. So yeah, just pay attention to this tomorrow. See if there's a revision within the next 15 to 30 days. And if there's a revision on this, remember this. It was at 230K, ladies and gentlemen. Take a picture of this, because watch them revise one of these months, and they're only going to make it say 5,000. And because of that, you're going to break half the computers. So the algorithms are just going to start switching up, just due to the fact that this is now a different number, because the algorithms, true algorithms, pay attention to all sorts of news because it understands it at speed. So when an algorithm catches word of certain wordings, certain opportunities, certain, possibilities to start to, potentially occur. And I don't think the algorithms are this smart yet, but I think within the advent creation of, the quantum computers, at one point you're going to get an algorithm, and that's what I'm trying to build. I don't think they have an algorithm that looks at everything, but I know they have an algorithm that looks at news. It looks at news, it looks at buying pressure, it looks at, buys and sells, and it kind of organizes its own proprietary, just system of scalping. That's kind of how most algorithms operate. They just operate through scalping. They buy, they sell. They'll buy it, $5 higher, even though they sold it, $10 lower. And it's at a certain point. They'll buy it higher. Then they'll sell it for a higher, even higher price. So they'll buy stuff while it's still going up and still sell it for a higher price. That's because they have, that capital to do so. In most cases, when you're teaching people how to trade, most of the time it's actually being on the defensive, which is how we trade with SPY. That's why all the SPY options are so cheap. Because if I really wanted you guys to have, some torturous events, I would make you guys trade 5 days every single day. Like, if we trade 5 days every single day, it's going to be a whole different story. Which is basically what's going to happen in the month of October. That's going to be the testing month. But yeah, Louis, my fault. I think you were saying something. Forex Factory is really good, yep.
Yeah, the jobless claims on the Forex Factory was 237,000. The site you just pulled up said 229, which beat the forecast. You know what I mean? The 237.
Yeah. That's
crazy, y'all.
You see what I'm saying now, bro? Like, I'm telling you, like, the way they play with these numbers is... Yeah, they just keep bullshitting everybody. That's why, in terms of what the... listen, whatever Jerome Powell says, I respect him in terms of how he speaks, in terms of how he, he approaches the mic, how he, says certain things. I appreciate his manners and his demeanor. But this guy is absolutely destroying the economy. He's absolutely destroying it. He needs... Now he's saying he's going to have to wait. It is crazy. And now he's saying he's going to lower it next year, in the middle of next year. I'm just like, bro, like, what are you doing? They need to understand that crushing the economy is not a bad thing. Making the Fed pivot is not a bad thing. It's going to help us in the long run. If they don't do it sooner or later, it's just making people suffer more than it is actually helping. Yep. And then right after he lowered the interest, what did he do? He paused it. That was the stupidest thing he ever could have done. The pausing was the real thing that just started to really destroy his whole entire presence. Like, when he paused it, that's it. That's it. It's over. So at that point, that's what I'm saying. Like, right now, when they start to resume the interest rates, you guys are gonna get a big ass crash. I don't know if it's gonna be, in a couple days. Again, I don't trust a single thing they say, so I don't know until I see it. But when they do it, I know what we should do. Puts, yep. But not that same day. We're gonna have puts, and we're just gonna hold it. We're gonna hold the puts all the way to 3 p.m. We'll buy a couple so that we can make some profit, and at every single point, every $5, we're gonna be buying calls just in case the market wants to flip up. So we'll be spending around $10 each time we buy calls. So we'll probably lose $30 in total with insurance. And then on the way down, we'll probably make around $200 to $300, which is perfect. So that's how I'm thinking we should play the next FOMC. If, they mess with interest rates. But we're going to know beforehand, because these people, they can't even contain the information. They leak everything days before, hand every single time. They leak the CPI. They leak the PPI. They leak the FOMC. they just keep leaking everything. So
Yeah, send it a signal.
yeah, so you have to trade stuff with a weekly range. You can't trade stuff with that 0-day range. That's why those 0-day contracts move up so much on FOMC. Like last time, I don't know if you guys remember what we did last time on FOMC, but I'll re-jog your memory real quick before we go on our break. On FOMC, I told everybody to do one thing and one thing only. Because of the way the market was trending, this is what I told them, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you it first. Right here. Let me look for the chart that actually has the box. This box right here. There you go. So this is around the time I started really starting to like send the stuff into Mumu. And around this time I told everybody, simple. You hit the top. Monday you opened up here. Puts. We're playing puts to 1/4. This day you only fell to the 1/8. We didn't sell them. After you hit the 1/16th, or you didn't even fall to the 1/8, you fell to the 1/16th. After you hit the 1/16th, what do you do, ladies and gentlemen? You ran up to the top. All right, so watch this. 1/16th point, you run up to the top. The next day you fall to the 1/8 point, you run up to the top. This is FOMC. Look at how you perfectly wicked on that top point. After you hit the top on FOMC, what do? Next location, the halfway point. So after you hit the 1/8, the 1/16th point, after you fell down to the 1/8 point, or the 1/4 point, because you have to look at these boxes to the left, not these boxes right here, not that one. You have to look at the yellow one specifically. So you hit the 1/16th, then you hit the 1/4, ran up to the top. It wasn't actually the 1/16th. This is the 1/8, right? So that's the 1/8. That's the 1/4, because it's the yellow boxes. Then the next day you hit the 1/4, which is right around this point here, on the top of the box right here. And then the next day after that, you hit the bottom of the 1/4, which is of course the 1/2. And then only after you hit that point, then you run up higher. The next day you open up at the high, and then look what the market did. Right back down to the bottom, going even lower. So that's the one thing I'm trying to explain to you guys and teach you guys, is that every single week is going to be different. The reality is that since I saw this happen one day, and the next day you did this, just with me having this data right there, I knew all of this was going to progress like this. And again, do you really know it's going to progress like that? No, but you have to use the last data that you see in order to see how to, predict the future. That's always how it is. So are you uncertain? Can it not happen? Yes, of course it can't happen. But do you know the way the market actually plays out in terms of future trends? And yes, it's that it follows the previous day, and then previous week, previous month. And once you start breaking out those daily, weekly, and monthly trends, then you start following the yearly trends, which is us running to 640, us running to 660, and so on and so forth. So this trend right now today is so far so good. As you all can see, you still need to run up a little bit higher. And then we're going to get some puts right at the top of this wedge. We'll play the puts going right back down to the bottom here. Pretty much just like this. So again, you're running up now. You hit the pink line. Then you fall out the sky. You hit the bottom again. Then we run up a little bit lower. Consolidate right around the 640 level again, because that's how I think it's going to end with the 640s. And then you're going to start to launch up. So just like Louis said, I don't know. I don't think you're going to actually launch up too high here. I truly don't think so. I think you might go to just 356 max and then start consolidating right at the highs again. Because, yeah, that's just the way it looks like it's going to play out. Because think about it. From here to here, you have a certain range. From here to here, you have a certain range. If you measure from here to here, it is less than, and I can show you right here just to make sure. So take this box. It's actually more than, yeah. So that was one of the reasons. That's what I was thinking visually. So it's actually more than. So this right here is only $13. This last drop from top to bottom is actually $14. So that right there tells me the market is going to drop lower within the next couple weeks here. Just that right there. So yeah, it looks like the market is going to crash here. And today is the 5th. No, today's the 4th. So we can still buy the puts tomorrow. So yeah, we have plenty of time here. This should be perfect. We'll try to see if we can, make like 100% to 500% on those plays. Like the 5-day plays. And then we'll also buy 0-day plays and see what we could do with that. And that's pretty much it, everybody. We're done with today. We had a loss of $80 in total. if you add on top of the profit we had on that same account, which was $30 this morning, right now the loss is only going to be at $50. So we need to enter into at least a $40 to $50 trade tomorrow, get 100%, and then just go a little bit lighter throughout the midsection of the day. And then towards the end of the day, try to see if we can get some nice, end of the day moves. As you can all tell, was the end of the day move today? Let me take off everything from my chart. Compare the end of the day move today and yesterday. What's the one thing you're starting to notice? It's smaller, right? No, no, but measure the end of the day move from 2:30, right? So over here, it's this big. Over here, the next day, take that box. It's only about a 75%, a little bit over half. Then take that to today.
I can't really see. I'm trying to do this while I'm driving home from work.
Now you're chilling. So today was basically less than half. So yesterday was 3/4. Today is less than half. That right there tells me the market's turning. So we better see a gap up. The only thing you can have right now that would keep the pressure and the momentum up right now is the gap. So if there's not going to be a gap tomorrow, and we open up at the same level, once we get above 650, we'll play calls. But at the same level right here, right now, tomorrow, if we open up right here, it's puts. The market's just going to fall out the sky again because you're lower than the previous high still. Previous high is at 649.70. 78 specifically. So 649.78. Today you only hit 649.53. So you're still not at the high. You're literally at the King's Point level. No, yep, yeah, Hoover. That's exactly what we're thinking. Puts that open, then we're gonna sell at like 10 o'clock. Buy calls instantly. Play it up to a higher high, just like how we did today, right before the high, and then we're gonna sell out, and then buy another set of puts so you can go lower beneath the 200. That's what we're gonna do tomorrow. Because again, the only other thing that you could do is just hold a call going right back up to 656. So there's going to be 3 ways we're going to play the market tomorrow. I guess I should start highlighting that. I've never done that before, actually, now that I think about it. The 3 ways. One way is to play the continuation. One way is to actually play the insurance plays. One way is to actually wait for the bigger plays. All right, so we'll do that. I'll break that down right now. Just give me like 30 minutes to an hour to break that down. And then I'm going to post it on the Discord and then the Patreon. Remember, I'm going to fix my next 6 months. So the next 6 months, I will plan it, I will predict it, and I will confidently be able to show you exactly where this market's going to go. Again, within the next 6 months. I'll try to predict the next year. Maybe I'll create another document for that. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, once I predict the next 6 months is over, and if I'm correct about it, and let's just say December or January of 2026, everything happens exactly how I wanted it to. The one thing I'm going to explain to you is that the next 4 years is going to be easily predictable. So everything I say for the next 4 years, 6 years, regardless of how this economy takes shape, is going to perfectly happen exactly the way I explain it. I just need another 6 months. Once I have another 6 months of data, technically I already have 3 to 4 years of data now. So I use the last 6 months, I combine it with the yearly data, and that's it. We'll instantly know what's going to happen within the next couple months here. By the way, because people don't really take the information as significant, the one way I'm actually going to go about sharing this information is only on the Discord and only on the Patreon for those who are in the Discord. Everybody else who's not on the Discord, I will be creating another document for you that's going to contain way less information, way less reversal points, way less data. And it's only my way of basically being able to give you opportunity, but at the same time, not just try to walk your hand throughout the whole entire day, You got to be able to grow and got to be able to be explosive so that you can actually be able to contain yourself and, help yourself whenever you need to. Whatever trades I give you, they're just supposed to accelerate you and take you to the next level. It's supposed to be like a really nice teaching lesson. And then when you trade personally, privately by yourself, I want you to be slowly, consistently grinding and trying to just learn more. And then my trades are just what's going to accelerate you, you know? So let's just say, for example, you see the next time I get into a 5-day contract, I'll make sure that the next 5-day contracts are really, really, really good. I'll make sure you all can buy at least 5 of them. And we'll go a little heavy. If you guys want to go a little heavy, we can go a little heavy. I have no problem with that. It's just you guys have to be able to pay the repercussions of that. So if we use $500 straight up off the gate, which I wouldn't mind using. I think we're almost at that point where, at least on the Discord, we can do that with new members. So yeah, there will be a situation where we're starting to use 500 to 1,000 to 3,000 each trade. All within the next couple days here. So make sure you guys are prepared for that. Alrighty, so I'm going to see you guys in a little bit, alright? Take a little break here. Thank everybody else on the YouTube. You already know I appreciate you guys every single time. We'll be back within the next hour, or if not 30 minutes. And then we're going to go over some crucial information for tomorrow. For now, just because I want to, remind everybody, puts at the open tomorrow. Let it hold on the 200. If not, go slightly below it. We'll then play calls going above it. Once you go $1 above it, we'll sell the calls. And then we'll start playing puts going even lower. The reason why we're going to do this is because you need to be above 651. If you're not above 651, we're going to be playing this market dropping out the sky. That's the safest thing to do right now, at least. Up until we get above 654, then we'll start to wait till you hit 660s, and then we'll start getting the puts at that level. All right, everybody. So I'm going to see you in a little bit. I'm going to write up a whole entire note as to how we could fix up today's trades, what losses we took. We're also going to talk about the NVIDIA loss from last week. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. So Randy, Mikey, Sherman, Prime,